All right, what is up, guys? Yes, we are finally here for the much-hyped, much-delayed. You probably forgot that we had a 100th episode coming up, and maybe you thought, oh, did I miss it? We were talking about it for a while, and then it didn't happen for almost a month. This is it. This is the 100th episode extravaganza for the movie discussion Pocket Dimension, where time does not exist. The only thing that matters is film. And if you followed us on Twitter, you know this. To try to make this a special episode and stand out from the others, we had some different ideas, and what we finally came up with was the idea of doing, instead of one movie, 3 movies. So why not a trilogy? And then on Twitter, we had some polls for people to vote to decide what kind of trilogy. We had thematic trilogies and normal narrative trilogies, and it all came down to a head between a thematic trilogy, John Carpenter's Apocalypse Trilogy, which we are covering, and the Back to the Future trilogy. And if anybody's following really close, you might say, didn't that last poll end in a tie and you went for tiebreaker and it still didn't work? Well, what happened was we didn't want to overload everybody with a bunch more polls and drag it out anymore. So when we went back and looked at the data or whatever, we just decided the tiebreaker would just be that if you went back to their first polls, the John Carpenter won by a very, very small percentage higher in its own polls over its competition than Back to the Future did. So it was extremely close, and I know a lot of people really felt strongly about Back to the Future, and maybe we'll have something more to say about that later on. But this is the 100th episode, and this is John Carpenter's Apocalypse Trilogy, as it's known. 1982's The Thing. I think it's 87 for Prince of Darkness, and 94 is In the Mouth of Madness. So the way we're just going to do this is we'll just cover each movie in turn, the way we normally do, and then after that is done, we'll just have a period where we can talk sort of about how they work as a trilogy, how they tie together, and the things they share in common, and how it all comes together for this theme of apocalypse. And I guess maybe some of John Carpenter's intentions for it were. I'm glad I guess I didn't really care what we did, because we were the ones, of course, that came up with the various trilogies in the polls. So we wouldn't have put anything on there that we wouldn't want to discuss. But I am kind of pleased to be doing a thematic trilogy as opposed to a narrative trilogy, just because it's something I've talked about before that I've said I've always want to get into. So now we finally have a chance to get into one. That'll be fun.
I think it was interesting that I think Back to the Future and this was the only 2 American trilogies we had on there. The rest were foreign films.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that till you pointed it out to me. You're right. Yeah, we had like the Pusher trilogy, which I've not even seen in its entirety, so it would have been a good excuse to see the rest because I only saw the first film of that. We had Argento's Three Mothers.
That would have been cool too.
That's Italian. What else do we have in there?
We had the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo trilogy.
Right, so that's Swedish movies.
There was an Asian one too, I believe.
Oh, right, it was the Vengeance trilogy.
That's right.
The Korean, right? Yeah, what's funny is I get Crave as part of the package I have, and I found out the other day that like the second movie in that, or no, not the second, because Old Boy's the second. I think the first movie in that, which is Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance, is on. And I'm thinking, that's not useful. That's the one I own. So I immediately did a search to see, do they have the others? And they don't. So I was like, that's annoying, because I actually...
Isn't that weird? Yeah.
I picked up secondhand a nice DVD copy of that about a year ago, of Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance. But I haven't seen Lady Vengeance in 3 or 4 years. So I'll have to track it down somewhere, because, I'd like to own those.
Yeah, I haven't seen them in quite a while either.
Yeah.
I think Old Boy is probably my favorite, but that's...
it's definitely the best known. It's sort of the most stylish, and... it's cool. I like all of them kind of equally, really. I think it's a rare time, or a rare situation where I think all 3 really have things that stand out about themselves. They're all pretty dark, but they still have moments of humor in them. But Lady Vengeance might be the darkest. Lady Vengeance is dark as hell, man. I don't know if there's any humor in that. Maybe it's just been a while and I forgot some. Like, there's at least some levity in the other 2, even if it is dark humor. Like, Lady Vengeance is just really almost nihilistic, you might want to say. I really need to see it again because there is a lot that I forget.
Yeah, me too. It's been
possible we covered some of those, individually going forward, because we're both really into them. We know like people that watch. There's a lot of people that are interested in those movies too. So that's Chan-wook Park, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
The Vengeance trilogy is called. But yeah, you're right. So we really did cover the basis of sort of having various trilogies from different parts of the world, which is good because that's sort of how we do this show. We try to, cover movies from all parts of the world. But this one will be an American trilogy, but still not really a mainstream Hollywood one, really.
I mean, as much as I love these films, and I do, they're some of my favorite films, it's just, I feel like we've talked them to death so many times before, but I'm ready to explore them once again.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, beyond The Thing, I've never really had much discussion about these films. I can remember one of the last episodes that I appeared on of The Sausage Factory, Mike, just at the beginning of the intro, Mike had said that he'd recently rewatched Prince of Darkness. And he was talking about how, like, he still likes the movie, but he finds that it's lackluster. He finds that it has, like, the pieces, but it doesn't quite come together. And that's one of the things, Mike and I were known to disagree a lot, was I really agreed with him about. We were talking about that. I remember he and I had a little back and forth just talking about how, like, we both felt like the movie was good and had, like, a good premise, but, like, there were things that kept it from really, truly succeeding. Yeah, so that's the only thing. And I've never really gotten to talk that much about In the Mouth of Madness, which is a movie that I've always had a soft spot for because I don't know if it's the first one of the ones I saw, but it's pretty early. Like, maybe I knew what The Thing was when I saw this, but, at the time I wasn't making connections. This would have been when it was fairly new on video in the mid-'90s. I remember Ryan rented it, and we watched it in the basement, and we both really got a kick out of it. And even though I probably didn't see it again for, like, at least another 10 years, it always stayed in my head. And that was the one I was happiest to see during this, because it had been so long. I own The Thing now, finally. And Prince of Darkness, it hadn't been that long that I'd seen it, at least within 2 years or so. But I had not seen In the Mouth of Madness in a really long time, so I was excited to watch it again, because, again, there were definitely parts that I'd forgotten about or didn't remember correctly or clearly. Yeah. So you said you own this version too.
I own it. It's somewhere. I can't find it, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is the Shout Factory 3-disc version, which is really cool. And this is one of the movies, again, I guess, and it finally worked out, because I always talk about movies that I bought or was going to buy and then I put off buying. Like, this movie I kept putting off over and over again. So I was like, there's going to be a better version. There's going to be a better version. And this finally, I'm like, this is pretty good. This is a 3-disc version with a 4K scan and stuff. I really enjoy. I didn't have time to watch this time because I was a bit rushed, which is my own fault. That this includes on the 3rd disc, the TV broadcast version, which I really get a kick out of.
That's the one I watched, like, a lot. That's when I first saw the film, was on TV.
Yeah. Because, I mean, in many ways, you could say it ruins the movie, but I still got a kick out of it. I just like having the option, right? Because, I mean, obviously it cuts out the F word, it cuts really down on the graphic gore effects, and it also has really clunky narration that's thrown in. Like,
yeah,
every time a character, it's only really at the beginning. And at one part, how where it says, like, Antarctica or something like that. The narrator literally reads that for you. He's like, Antarctica. Thank you. But every time a character comes on screen for the first time, the narrator gives like a 2-sentence introduction talking about what he is. It's pretty funny.
I've never understood why they do that. Like why do they feel the need to change it? I mean, I understand editing out the stuff that's not good for TV, but why change stuff like
and
that?
Of course, it's not in widescreen, and the quality is horrible. But that's kind of we kind of get a kick out of that sort of retro feel, right? So I'm really glad to own it, to have that option. I would have watched it again if I'd had time, but
honestly, like, I think there's probably a 4K in the works. 4K, proper 4K disc that some of the seams are probably going to show on some of these special effects when you get that quality of remastering. Which I think it looks good on this Blu-ray. When you keep remastering it to where it looks better and better, you're going to see, some of the stuff that they weren't really worried about because of the quality of the, film or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I just watched on a really great TV for people. I'm at my parents' house and they have a really nice TV and everything looked really great to me. Like, none of it looked fake or bad. It all held up really well. And it's funny that it looks so much better than, like, it's like this is what they were sort of looking at when they were shooting it, and then by the time it's on, like, home video or even in the theater, it didn't look really nearly as good. It's like it was always this good. We just didn't have the technology to show how good it could look. So yeah, here we are. It's The Thing, 1982. So let's see. Carpenter was well into his stride, I guess, about this point. What was his first movie? Was like that weird Dark Star movie, little small budget thing, and then Halloween put him on the map because it's one of the sort of once in a lifetime, out of nowhere, low budget, independent style films that like gets tremendous buzz and acclaim.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate this flopped so hard, because it's such a great. I mean, in my opinion, it's flawless. I think it's a perfect film.
Yeah.
People say E.T., which I really don't know why that would affect. I mean,
it's different audiences, wouldn't you think? Like, This is an R-rated sci-fi horror film, and E.T. is a family type movie.
Yeah.
I think it is, once again, another case of when a movie is that unique, it's very difficult to market it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that also that, like, even though by the end of the 70s, sci-fi had become a much bigger thing. Like, sci-fi was a small thing in the 50s and 60s. They're all little B movies. And then, the success of Star Wars really solidified. And some other legitimately very good films even before that. Of course, the big benchmark would be 2001: A Space Odyssey, right? That was sort of the one that elevated the genre from little silly B movies to, like, real film, real art. So it's not like, so by the end of the 70s, yeah, like, sci-fi definitely had, like, a much bigger audience, and it wasn't all just, sci-fi nerds or whatever. But I don't know, and you would think that a movie like Alien would have really paved the way for it. I think that's what confuses me the most, right? Like, if Alien hadn't come out, didn't exist yet, I could understand it.
Yeah.
But Alien did succeed, because if they were both movies, you could say they were a little ahead of their time and people didn't know. But Alien succeeded. It came out in 1979, and it was a fairly substantial hit. Yeah. Like, it didn't set the world on fire, but people took notice, and it was a big deal. And people got that movie. It wasn't one of those movies where initially a lot of people, like most people, like, misunderstood it and, like, it had to be rediscovered years later. Like, in its time, people got it. And obviously in its time, people got The Thing, but not nearly as many, obviously, because it did flop hard, and it really was had an effect on Carpenter's career going forward.
Yeah. Do you think if this hadn't flopped as hard, like, maybe this was a major success, you think he would have had a different career? Like, the films that followed would have been different?
I think so. Maybe not, like, way different, but it's hard to imagine it wouldn't have had any difference at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, would he even have bothered taking a Stephen King movie and doing Christine? I think he basically took that because he felt like he kind of needed a win, right, after The Thing.
That's what I've heard. I think he kind of just did it as a paycheck type movie.
Yeah, like, he thought, okay, here's something that's simple, that's not, like, all about me. It's just, take the job, direct the movie competently, get a win in my column, move forward. Not that Christine is a bad movie by any things. A lot of people really like it. I like it fine. It's not exactly Stephen King's finest book, so you can't expect a great masterpiece of a movie to come out of it either. But it's fine for what it is, and he does a good job. But wasn't he going to be on? What was the Firestarter thing? Was he involved in Firestarter?
I can't remember. I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember if that was him or someone else. He was attached to something else, and then I think this flopped.
He was attached to something, and he got fired.
Yeah.
Because basically they lost confidence in him after The Thing did it. It might have been Firestarter, I'm not sure. Firestarter got released in '84, but they might have been working on it earlier. So I'll have to check in on the timeline of events there.
I mean, can you imagine? I mean, in all intents and purposes, this is probably like his opus, Like this is probably the thing he's most, proud of. And, he sees it, watches it, loves it. Everyone, the test screenings go well, whatever. And then it comes out and flops. I can imagine that can break someone, to a certain degree.
What's funny too is how, for years, I kind of had the wrong impression of how he got into it. Because again, if obviously he was a big fan of the original, and you see the original is even put into Halloween, right? You get to see it for a few seconds on the TV. So I always thought, okay, he's probably been thinking for years that he'd love to do a remake, but that wasn't the case at all. They were thinking about doing a remake completely, like, whoever owned the rights, completely independently of him. They were thinking we should do a remake, and when it was offered to him, he was reluctant because he figured the first one's so good. I feel like, how am I supposed to top it or even equal it? So that's not something I knew until maybe a year or so ago. For a long time, I had the wrong impression. I thought, like, oh, this is what, something he always had thought about. You can see he was thinking about it when he did Halloween. He wasn't thinking about it when he did Halloween. He just put that movie in because that's a movie he liked. So that's something kind of different. And, Tobe Hooper was the first director attached to it. And whoever Tobe Hooper was working with, a writer or somebody, let me see here, writing partner Kim Henkel, they'd come up with sort of some rough draft version of it, and the studio rejected it outright, and Hooper walked away. So that was something I didn't know for a long time either, but it's right here on Wikipedia if I ever had bothered to check. After several more failed pitches by different writers and attempts to bring on other directors such as John Landis, the project was put on hold, and this would have been the late 70s. And the success of Ridley Scott's 79 Alien helped revitalize the project, at which point Carpenter became loosely attached following his success with his influential slasher film Halloween. So yeah, Carpenter was
So,
reluctant to join the project as he thought Hawks' adaptation would be difficult to surpass, although he did consider the film's monster to be unnotable. And at this point, he hadn't actually read the novella it was based on, which is Who Goes There, right? And that's what turned everything around. He read that and he thought, oh, I don't have to just do a remake of the movie. I can adapt this. And that's sort of the main difference between the two, is that The Thing is a much closer adaptation of the original story than The Thing from Another World.
which is why some people say this isn't actually a true remake. It's not a remake of the film; it's a remake of the novella.
Yeah, that's true. So it's kind of like the what is it? The Red Dragon Manhunter situation, right? Red Dragon's not a remake of Manhunter. It's just a later version taken from the same source material. It's kind of too bad though, because I mean, when people get into the remake discussion, I often will bring up The Thing. I think The Thing is the greatest remake of all time. But like you said, maybe if it's not really a true remake, then it doesn't really count. And you'll have to come up with something else. Because remakes of some notable, 50s sci-fi had come around, and some good ones. In '78, there was The Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Oh yeah, I love that film.
And then later in the decade, a little less, more under the radar, though. They did an '80s version of The Blob, which didn't set the world on fire, but within circles of sci-fi is very well received. It's a very respected movie that a lot of people really like.
That's a big cult following.
Yeah, big cult following. And what's funny is like The Thing. Again, if you read on Wikipedia, like the first thing it says in there, it mentions how it was, a failure at its time, but it's become appreciated later, and it gained a cult following. I think The Thing has surpassed cult following.
I agree.
I think it had cult following for a while, but today, 2020, even 21st century, The Thing is not just a cult following. Like, it is just widely understood and considered one of the best sci-fi or mixed horror films of all time, and its influence is boundless. It's all over the place.
What's interesting is I don't know if you've seen the film The Lodge from 2019. It's a Hammer film.
No, but I've heard about it.
It's really good, but they actually show, like, much like in Halloween, they show the original thing. In The Lodge, they have this thing going.
I guess it shows
on the television. Yeah.
Cool.
Probably a nod to The Thing and Halloween.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, the way this script went through was pretty bonkers. How many different scripts there were and how much it changed. Before Bill Lancaster, I think he was he wound up being the final guy to write the script. Yeah, he did. So yeah, it was Bill Lancaster. The scene here originally. Yeah, and there's a few different things like how they changed the ending several times. I really liked it. I mean, the movie, like you said, is sort of almost perfection start to finish. So, like, I would consider it one of the best endings too. Like a really, really great ending.
I love endings like that. I love bleak endings, like all three of these films.
Yeah, they really get bleaker as they go.
Yeah.
What separates the thing a little bit is, as bleak as it is, there is at least some room for hope there.
Mm-hmm.
The other movies, it's really, by the time you get to the end, it's like all gone. And we will talk about, like I said, like, so each one is, it's the Apocalypse Trilogy. It's like different aspects the apocalypse can take on from different angles. And of course, the other main reason I love to talk about them as a whole or even individually is because I'm a huge H.P. Lovecraft fan, and these movies are just drenched in that kind of aesthetic and style, and I love that so much. And it's funny how many like people I meet who consider themselves horror fans that don't know anything about him. Like, well, even if you haven't read any of his stuff, like if you watched like any like horror movie of the last 50 years, probably there's a good bet there's some Lovecraft in there.
Has Lovecraft been canceled yet?
I mean, he is what he was. He was definitely a racist.
Yeah, but I mean that's with the times, though, right? I mean, it's
right, and I mean, I don't mean to just give everybody a pass for being a racist during a racist era exactly, but I do say that there are degrees of it, right? There are and some things about Lovecraft, again, I'm not trying to redeem Lovecraft or save Lovecraft, but for instance, like some of it's really weird. Like for a part of his life, he was really like outspoken against, say, the Jews, right? But then he married a Jewish woman. So he must have had to overcome some prejudice there to do that. Again, I don't know. I'm not trying to sell him as a saint. And that's the other thing, right? That we're in an era where it's really stepped up. Or we just, like we're just supposed to cancel everything, forget about everything. I don't think so. We just, I don't know.
I think you really need to take in, think about the time period that this stuff happened, and it was much more socially acceptable, you know.
Yeah. And I don't want to get into it, even though that's what everybody's talking about now, of course, is like, but I recently saw we won't go down a far rabbit hole, I promise. But just recently, there was a thing about 30 Rock pulling some episodes, right? Because they had featured some characters in blackface. And Tina Fey in her apology had said something like, you know, she realizes now that intent doesn't make it okay. I kind of do think intent makes it okay, because I do think the context of those episodes right away is like they're not saying here's blackface and it's hilarious. That's not the context. That's not the intent. They're saying like, look at this awful mistake this person is making, you know. But I don't know. Again, I guess it's not my place to speak about it, because I realize that blackface doesn't affect me the way it would affect, say, an African American person, obviously. But I do think intent has to count for something. Is all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And if we're saying intent doesn't count for anything, then how are we ever supposed to address issues ever? I feel like maybe it wasn't the best attempt at it, but I feel like it was a humorous attempt to address an issue. Mm-hmm. And I feel like if you watch those episodes, and I mean the Community one's even more ridiculous. The Community one is an Asian man wearing kind of purplish makeup to look like a dark elf, and they pull that saying that's blackface. And again, it's addressed immediately in the show. Because the black character in the room, Shirley, says, so we're just going to ignore this hate crime. And he very quickly says, no, it's a dark elf. And, you know, to me, and I don't know. I guess I'm not in a position to say, well, then that's fine. To me, it feels fine, but I don't know. It seems unfortunate. It's another reason why you want to own shows, right? I own Community. Yeah. I own some Community on DVD. You know what? That's great, because the people that just want to stream it, well, that's gone. That episode's gone now, and it's a good episode. If you're a fan of the show, and now it's gone because of these knee-jerk things. And it's kind of true too. And again, even though I'm on Tina Fey's side was on Tina Fey's side about it, I do agree with the people that say, well, you know, Tina Fey, these episodes have been around for a long time, and only now, because of all the stuff that's going on, you decide to pull it. Doesn't seem like you ever had a problem with it before.
So, I feel like there's a little bit of overreacting going on right now.
I want people to stand by their work.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, but Gone with the Wind is back on HBO. But
as a disclaimer,
yeah,
which is fine. Okay, good. That's better than pulling it entirely. Give it
I mean,
we talked about this before. Like, I still feel like Song of the South should be available with a disclaimer. But if they just want to erase it, okay, I get it. I'm not gonna. It's not a hill I'm willing to die on. I'm not gonna shake my fist about it. As we said, like, Dixie Chicks got rid of the word Dixie. There was a band called Lady Antebellum that got rid of that. And I mean, these are just time periods. I mean, now we can't reference a time, like, every time period had bad things in it.
Antebellum just means like pre-war, right?
Yeah.
Pre-Civil War.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I think
it's true. Yes, in like parts of the world, including America, that was a time when there was slavery. But I just mean, just saying the time period doesn't mean any sort of endorsement of stuff that happened in it. It's like if you made a band called, like, I don't know, but if you made a band that sort of like referenced some, like, I don't know, like the year 1000 or something, couldn't people shake their fists at that and say the Crusades happened then?
I feel like you can do a lot of things if you really start to think about it. Like,
that's what I mean. Like, these are just time periods. I don't know anything about Lady Antebellum. I guess they're country, so they're way off my radar, and I don't give a shit. And I realize that it's easy to like figure, well, country, they're racist as hell. Come on, people. I hate country music, but I don't think all country artists are racist, you know?
I'm offended by the term lady, personally. I think that's sexist. But I mean, couldn't you, like, Billy Idol's got that song Rebel Yell? Like, I mean, we need to cancel that, obviously.
I don't know.
We need to cancel a lot of things if we're going to start canceling, you know, this. You can't just pick and choose, and that's what people are doing.
That's very much what people
do. So it's, I don't know.
Yeah. I think it will cool off. I really do. And I don't mean this whole social upheaval about, like, no, that's going to go. And that's a good thing. We're moving towards something better. But I just mean some of this knee-jerk stuff, I think it will cool off. Because can you remember in 2002, the second, speaking of trilogies, the second Lord of the Rings movie came out, The Two Towers came out. And there were people that thought that should be changed, right? Because this was only a year after 9/11 had happened, where towers came down. There were people stupid enough to think that this Tolkien, this Tolkien novel from the 40s or 50s, they shouldn't use that because it was insensitive. it was a knee-jerk thing. Nobody did anything. The movie is what it is. I think that's going to happen with some of this. I think some of people will just move past it. But I don't want anybody to misunderstand me. I don't mean, I think this whole marching in the streets and calling for racial justice will blow over. That's not what I mean, and that's not what I'm saying should happen. I just mean some of this knee-jerk stuff. I think we will get past it. I don't think everything's going to get canceled. I think clearer heads will prevail. This has been a hell of a year. And again, we don't want to spend too much time on it because we've got 3 movies to get through and everything. But obviously, it's been a hell of a year with a whole lot of different stuff going on, and it's a lot of factors. The only thing this year's really missing so far is like a really high profile assassination, like either like a celebrity or a high profile like politician to get murdered. That's what all the year's missing.
Come on, you guys get on it.
Yeah, exactly right. It's got everything else, and I mean, this has probably not even gone noticed in the States, but it's been even worse here in some ways. Like, at least for me personally, and I'm not going to go on about it. It's just a very tragic thing. It's like in April, the worst mass shooting in Canada's history happened here in Nova Scotia, not even too far from where I live, and it's left me very shaken and stuff. So, yeah, 2020 has been a bad year on many fronts in many places. But so obviously, we're not immune to it. We talk a bit about it, but we're to do our best to stay on topic here because we do have a lot of material to cover, and we want this to be a happy thing. Yes, 2020 has been a rotten year so far, and we're only halfway through it. I hope that you can watch this and just enjoy us talking about these movies.
Yeah, I hadn't had a chance to tell you yet, but my father-in-law actually tested positive for coronavirus. And he's like, the exact candidate who will
die at risk, right?
But it's been 7 days and he's asymptomatic, so.
Well, that's really good sign.
Yeah.
What's weird is how the spike in cases has gone through a lot of younger people lately.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the cases that have come in have been people like in their 20s and 30s, which I think shocked a lot of people that didn't really understand how this thing works.
Well, it's because when you open things back up,
Yeah, a couple places opened up way too soon.
I mean, I think what's going on is you've got a lot of healthy people that are asymptomatic that are carrying, and they don't know that they're carrying it.
That's definitely like the number one thing. That's definitely the number one thing beyond like the initial outbreak when it first started. Like, is definitely the number one thing that has gone here. The number 2 thing is travel. I would say, like the one case that we finally have again in Nova Scotia, travel. I mean, Canada's locked down pretty well. Our borders closed, and you can't go between provinces either.
Really?
And they're thinking about lifting that soon. And I guess that's okay. It doesn't make me too nervous. I'd be nervous if I'd lived in a different place. Like, Quebec has always been the worst part in Canada. Quebec had way more cases than everywhere else. So stuff like that would make me nervous. And I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, well. We'll see. Doesn't look good as far as that's concerned, but.
Yeah, and again, like when I said like things were getting worse a couple months ago in parts of the U.S., I wasn't trying to be doom and gloom. It's just what was happening. So we got about 30 states that are having problems with it on the rise.
Yeah, it's you open things back up, the numbers are going to go back up. That's just how it is.
Yeah, and I understand the counter to that. Like, we can't always keep things closed. Life has to go on and stuff. It's very hard. Like, it's a lot of tough decisions to be made. I'm just glad that, and again, things can change very quickly, but this month where I live has been going well. I mean, it could all change quickly, but the Maritimes in general have done very well. I mean, part of that just because of who we are, right? Because we have a fairly low population and we're more isolated from other parts. So it's easier, right? We're not smack in the middle of things. So I'm not trying to say it's, because our politicians and leaders have done such a great job, but because, I don't know, kind of in some places not. Not too long ago, there was a doctor. He's actually originally from Africa. Doesn't really matter, but he was in New Brunswick, and he didn't tell anybody, and he crossed over into Quebec when he already had it, but they didn't know he already had it. People thought he got it in Quebec. Anyway, he came back and gave it to a bunch of his fucking patients,
That sucks.
So then at first the outcry, because they didn't know he had it in the beginning with. They thought he went and caught it in Quebec and brought it back. I guess it doesn't really matter where he got it or how he got it. The fact was he didn't tell people. He was supposed to isolate. I mean, he's a doctor. You're supposed to know you're supposed to self-isolate for 14 days, and he just didn't. And he infected quite a few people, including patients, which is, not what you want to hear about like a doctor infected. It's like the one thing, I don't know.
Well, according to my Regal app, movies will start again up in July sometime. So
I think you can do that if you mark off. You can only have so many seats, right?
Mm-hmm. And disinfect and
Some of this stuff is fucking impossible. Like people going back to the gym. Like, no, don't go back to the gym. You know. But I think something like a theater is possible within the right rules. And even though Canada's gotten a lot better lately, I think it's also because like we had to smack down the people that weren't listening. Because back in like April and May, thousands of fines were handed out because people just weren't getting it. You know, they weren't social distancing or they weren't wearing masks in the proper places. And I think finally around like the end of May, people realized, oh, okay, there's actual consequences for this, and you know, it started to turn because thousands of fines.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard so many conflicting things. I don't know what's correct, what we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing, and so many contradictory statements and whatever. But I guess we can move on and talk about the film again.
Yeah. Well, one that it's difficult when things are always evolving and changing, right? Like even when you have the experts that are like on top of this are saying, look, even we're not really sure how this is going to go because this hasn't happened before. You know, outbreaks have happened before, but this is its own thing. And as we talked about, like how unpredictable a virus can be and the way it mutates and all that stuff. So there's just always this air of uncertainty. And I think that's another thing that's really getting to people. It's one thing knowing you're dealing with a tough situation. It's another knowing that you don't even know how it's going to go, right? Like, and as we said, we see things, some things have gotten better, some things have gotten worse. And so it just leads to this air of uncertainty, which I understand leaves a lot of people on edge. I get it. Anyway, The Thing. Which I always thought was great because The Thing is in Antarctica. I've always been fascinated by Antarctica because it's isolated, and I mean that's sort of like the point of the movie, right? Like the first movie takes place at the North Pole; it's up in northern Alaska somewhere, and it's in an Antarctic base, which I think is even better because Antarctica is, you know, the mysterious lost continent, and right away it's just a great setting for things.
It is. There's a really good episode of the X-Files during the first season. I believe it's called Ice. It takes place
that's the title.
In Antarctica. It's a really good episode. It's similar, you know, in the paranoia, you don't know who to trust type way. Probably, you know, copies quite a bit of this film.
I would imagine, yeah.
But I think that's what makes this so good. It's very layered, you know. They're in Antarctica. You know, you don't know who is the thing, who isn't, which is really cool. You know, you don't know who to trust. You know, and you've got this monster running around killing people.
Right, and so like the original story from the 30s had its own themes of that, and then it was like another one of those movies, just like the other one that came out in the 50s, that we already mentioned. Oh my god, you know Body Snatchers. It's like they both had that paranoia that fit in perfectly with the whole Red Scare thing going on in the 50s, right? Where people were like, even communists could live amongst you and stuff, and how it would make people freak out and be irrational and stuff. So it fit in really into that. And this movie does a great job of that. Doesn't necessarily have the same political commentary to it, but it's not necessarily because it just fits so well within and it's what we talked about before. It's not a movie like I've watched the movie many times. You've watched the movie many times. Like no matter how closely you follow it, you can never actually, by watching, tell where the thing is and when. You can only guess, really. You can make some educated guesses about who has the thing at the moment and when it jumps and changes. But there's no definitive way of knowing it. The only definitive thing you could really know at certain times is certain people not having it. Like obviously McCready doesn't have it at least till the very end. And the way it ends, I always figured, obviously, so it's a great ambiguous ending.
Right.
The one thing you do know is that it could be either one of them, it could be neither of them, but it can't be both. It wouldn't make any sense for it because the thing, there wouldn't be any need for it. And it's not like that's the other thing. I think I don't know if anybody's made this mistake, but just in case anybody has or has wonder about it, and I don't want you to feel stupid about it. It's like it's not one of those things where you can have it and not know. It kills you and becomes you. It's not like, it's masquerading as you. It's not infecting you and you don't know about it. So.
That's what I was going to say. It doesn't infect you. Yeah. It uses your shape.
Right. I mean, it infects you. It kills you as it infects you, basically. You're gone. And then it takes over. It becomes a copy.
It apparently gets your memories and shit too. Your
very obvious.
Your mannerisms.
They know how to talk. Yeah, they know how to talk the proper way. So yeah, it makes it all the more chilling, right? That's the other thing. Like, it's not just a physical being. Like, it copies everything down to the cell, so it works it physically. But like you said, it absorbs memories and stuff. So it knows it. Like, when it's the dog, it knows how to act as a dog. When it's a human, it knows how to act as a human. Even that particular human, they know how he speaks. It's all in there.
Right.
It's even more effective at, at what it does.
There's one point early on when they're outside, McCready, they're all standing around and McCready's there by himself. I think they just set something on fire. I forget what it was. But he's like, I know I'm not the thing. And I know all of you aren't because you would attack me right now if you were.
Yeah.
So that's his, logic that he knows somebody is, but not everyone is.
Right. And it shows that it can be killed too, right? Because it does have to use that sort of subterfuge. It does have to hide. If it's outnumbered, it won't show itself unless it absolutely has to.
And
so it's very cat and mouse. It's very calculating. I mean, it's all the stuff that makes it such a watchable movie, right? It's all trying to stay one step ahead of this thing, but this thing has this tremendous advantage, and how, of course, it just works right to its advantage that just its very presence makes them all not trust each other. Even when they should be able to work together against it, they can't because they can't fully trust each other because they don't know who it is. So it's just great from that thing. And it's mentioned in the Wikipedia article, too, one of the things that appealed to him, Carpenter, when he read the story, which wasn't used as much in the first movie, was how much it reminded him of something like the great Agatha Christie novel, And Then There Were None, which is about 10 people lured to an island and how they all start dying one by one, and they figure one of us has to be the murderer. So even though they're trying to rationally work against it, they can't trust each other because one of them could be the murderer. So it's sort of the same idea here, but with a space monster.
Which causes a few people to be murdered, humans. Or not murdered, but killed.
Killed. Yeah, at one point, a guy is trying to, when McCready has the gun on the rest of them, a guy comes up behind him to stab him. So McCready does kill him in self-defense, but at the end of the day, he basically kills him sort of for no reason. They shouldn't be enemies. And the guy says, that means you just murdered a human, McCready. It's like, well, it wasn't exactly murder, but yeah, it is unfortunate.
Yeah, because they found one of his jackets stuffed in a furnace or something, and they assume that McCready, because I think one of the other guys
they framed him.
They found they framed him exactly.
I'm not sure, and that's another thing that's left ambiguous. If one of the guys frame him, or did the thing itself frame him? Somebody brought the jacket there to make them not trust McCready, but it didn't necessarily have to be the thing. It could even be somebody who just thinks that McCready is the thing. So that's the other thing. There's not really any clear, definitive answers to a lot of this, and it's one of the movies where you understand why they're acting the way they're doing. There's a lot of movies where the same thing happens, where trust breaks down and people get really paranoid of each other. But still, some of those movies bother me because I feel like if they were more rational, they could overcome it. This is a movie where that really doesn't apply. In fact, being suspicious of each other is the only rational way of going about things, even though it's counterproductive. They can't help it. It's a chance they can't take. But yeah, sometimes I'll see movies where people are in dangerous situations and they start to not trust each other and fight amongst each other. And I get it to a certain extent, but sometimes it just bothers me. So I'm thinking, if you could just calm down for a second and work together, this will work better. I mean, this is a movie that pretends it's a scenario where, no, you can't do that.
I think that's human nature, man.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. It makes me think of another movie although it's completely different because it's not about danger, it's about greed. Because greed is a big part of the human condition too. Is another movie we thought about doing a few times, and maybe we'll get to it someday, which is The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, which is just about three men that go looking for gold in Mexico, and they do come upon it, and everything's great, but then greed starts to tear them apart, particularly Humphrey Bogart's character. He just becomes super paranoid, doesn't trust them at all, and in the end, everything gets fucked up. And for this, there was no reason to. It was only their own greed and paranoia that led to it. And it's a fantastic movie. Yeah,
I like that. That's been done time after time.
Yeah, maybe my favorite parody or whatever of that is the Simpsons episode "3 Men in a Comic Book," which is basically Bart is almost the Humphrey Bogart character in that because his greed leads to him being crazy paranoid, and he, Martin, and Milhouse, who had bought Radioactive Man #1 together at great expense, they wind up losing it because they wind up all fighting over, mainly because Bart goes insane with greed, leading him to extreme paranoia. Yeah, I was thinking about that not too long ago. I was thinking about the yard work he did. I was thinking about the yard work I did this past month at my parents' property with all the weeds. That's a similar thing. But yeah, that's a really great episode. But yeah, so that's a greed-induced paranoia. But this is a danger-induced paranoia, certainly a more justifiable one.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could say, like, these are characters, like, for all we know, they're pretty good guys. They're professionals. They're in a difficult work environment, but they're there for a reason. They know how to handle it. They know how to work under these conditions. They know how to get along. But a completely alien thing comes in and completely ruins it.
So let me ask you this: who was the one that destroyed the blood? Because it wasn't the older guy, because he was the one that strapped to this fucking couch.
Yeah, they made it seem like it had to be him all along, and then it turned out it couldn't have been. So again, there's a couple guys you can eliminate, but there's at least 3 it could have been, right?
But I mean, who had the key? I guess they stole the key. Must have stolen the key.
Yeah. Why'd they have so many guns? I get that guy had the one gun, but they had a whole cabinet full of guns. I'm like, you're in Antarctica. There's no polar bears.
Why do they have flamethrowers? Why do they? I mean, I have a lot of questions. Why do
I
they?
always thought maybe the flamethrower is justifiable. That maybe they have equipment that would freeze because they're in Antarctica, and you could take the flamethrower out to heat it up and melt ice off. Like, that's the only thing I can think of, because you really need the flamethrower from the movie, because the flamethrower is like the one thing that, like, doesn't kill the thing but hurts it and reveals it.
Why so many guns? Like, how do they have, like, marijuana?
Who's your supplier in Antarctica?
How would you get that out there? I mean,
Well, I mean, I guess they just took a lot with them when they went. Like, I don't think they actually say how long they've been there. I'd like to think they've been there a while. Like, they've settled into their routines and everything.
It seems like they've been there a while.
Yeah. And it seems like they're going to be leaving fairly soon, because most teams leave during the winter, and they're saying the winter is just about to start. So they're probably they're probably near the end of their time there. They've probably been there 4 or 5 months, and they're probably going to be leaving soon, from what I understand how things usually work. People do stay the winter in Antarctica now, but way less do. And again, this is over 30 years ago, so things change.
After the storm, I guess they're going to leave.
Yeah. And they knew the thing was counting on that, because they said, once the thing realized it didn't even have to, like, get the rest of them, it could just wait them out. It just bury itself in the snow and go to sleep again, because it knows that, like, rescuers will come, and then it can just start things all over again.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just a really great enemy to have in a movie, because it's an enemy that, never speaks or anything, but it's very calculating, and it just knows exactly how to operate. And of course, it has these abilities. So it's just one of the great antagonists of film, really. It's the thing.
I know we've been kind of jumping around a lot, but, like, I love the setup. Like, I was trying to think of something negative to say about this film, and I was like, well, it does have some pacing issues, but no, I don't really think that's the case, because, like, it's a slow burn, but once it hits about 20 or 30 minutes in,
mm-hmm.
it because they go investigate after the dog shows up. They was like, who's this crazy Norwegian guy, shooting at us?
Right.
And they kill him, and then they go investigate the Norwegian site. And then, they find, the thing that's burned that, looks like it's been transforming into a man. And it really kind of sets it up really, really well before anything actually happens, because the doc does the, dissection or, the autopsy or whatever, and says that, he's in the process of transforming. And so they kind of know what's going to happen, but it was really cool.
Yeah. And again, it's very Lovecraftian. Seeing the Norwegians tape footage of, like, finding the craft in the ice, which is a nod, obviously, to the Lovecraft story set in Antarctica, the Mountains of Madness, which is definitely one of his best. It's one of his longer stories. Most of his stories are short. Mountains of Madness is almost a novella. It's one of his longer ones, but it's he has a lot of stuff, and I can't say go read everything, although sure, but that's definitely one of the must read for Lovecraft is Mountains of Madness, which at the time too was written when because one of the things that it presupposes isn't true, but at the time it could have been, because a lot of Antarctica hadn't been explored at the time, and it still works okay because Antarctica does have mountain ranges. Because the whole thing is, like, they find that there's this mountain range that's even bigger than the Himalayas. Well, no, there actually isn't, but there are mountain ranges in Antarctica, so it still works out okay. And even now, in 2020, Antarctica is still very mysterious and very deadly. But Yeah, just great atmosphere, which is I think what we're going to talk about over and over again, because I think that's the number one thing that Carpenter does well in film. I mean, he does other things well. I'm not saying he does, he does character well, he does pacing well, stuff, but I think his number one thing is atmosphere. To the point where his atmosphere has become iconic, that you could recognize his movies just through it. You could just feel, oh, this is a Carpenter film.
Yeah.
Even in the bad ones, you could feel it a little bit, because he never got bad at it. But yeah, I think all the movies we're going to talk about tonight, especially The Thing, really just drip with atmosphere, this great feeling of foreboding, which plays perfectly into the theme we're talking about, apocalypse, right? Like impending doom, more or less. And I think there are there's directors that do atmosphere well, but he's one of the best. I really love it. And, that's a combination of things. Certainly soundtrack is part of it. Usually with Carpenter, sort of a minimalist approach, like the movie opens and ends with just that dun 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 thing going, and it's great.
Yeah, is this his only? It's one of his only films that he didn't score himself, right?
Right, he didn't. But you have to think, considering how much it reminds you of other ones, that he must have still maybe had some input. Either that, or the person who did score it was influenced by what he did and said, "Okay, I can do something," because it is similar, right?
It's Morricone.
Yeah. And that it's very minimalist in its approach, which I don't think is necessarily his Morricone's own MO when it comes to this. And, Morricone, yeah, or Ennio Morricone. Let's see, to have a European musical approach.
It works really well. As I don't want to say that his synth wouldn't be in place here, but I don't know. This score works really well.
Yeah. Well, apparently he had scored one with a complete orchestral one, and one that was synthesizer, and he brought both to Carpenter because he wanted to see what Carpenter think. And Carpenter picked a piece closely resembling his own scores that became the main theme throughout the movie. Because even though it's not him, it really feels like it's him.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it seems like he did that on purpose because he was trying to do something he thought Carpenter would like.
That's cool. It's really interesting. Carpenter is probably one of the only directors I can think of that has that much involvement in this.
Yeah, with the music, yeah. He played the score from Escape from New York for Morricone to give him an example. So there you go. You're right. He's very involved. Because, lots of directors are very talented, but music isn't one of them. Carpenter's actually musically talented too, so just another attribute of his that separates him and makes him a little different and a little unique.
Makes his films that much more unique, and his feel like Carpenter films.
Right.
As soon as that synth hits, we'll get to it with the next film, but I think the score is really important in Prince of Darkness.
Mm-hmm. One of the things I remember best about that movie, because I hadn't seen it in a while, and then watching it all just sort of came back to me very much through that.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, creature effects are the other big thing this movie is known for, right? Like sort of like groundbreaking creature effects that all 40 years later almost hold up very well, and it's kind of the thing that people film snobs like us we sort of pine for and stuff when we see a lot of CG type movies, because we think you can do some really good practical stuff too. And I don't, I'm not one of those people that always needs that, and sometimes I can be critical, and I will be of the third film, but this is just absolutely fantastic, and again, very iconic. You see it, it's the thing.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like 2 quick shots are less than perfect, I would think, but the rest is just on. It just bang on all cylinders, man. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. And very lifelike. You really feel like it's something alive, and not just some sort of animatronic thing or whatever, something lifeless. I really like how they pulsate with life.
Yeah, the bladders. And it's probably like it's Rob Bottin, right?
Yeah,
probably like some of his best work.
Yeah, he worked with Carpenter on The Fog. Yeah, and actually they gotten fairly far into pre-production, and they still hadn't really any sort of concrete design for what the alien would be. And what's kind of cool about this is the whole point is like we never see the alien's true form. We don't know what it is, right? He's always just like either taking something over or in the process of changing, which is bonkers with all these appendages and different things opening up. And it proves that there was still room for like creativity there, because if you think about Alien from a couple of years ago, you know, the xenomorph is so great, something that hadn't been seen before. You would think, oh, a lot of movies might just try to copy something like that. This goes in a very different direction, and it really works. You know, they're both great. They're both very memorable and iconic, and they're both very disturbing and menacing.
Well, it you know, like anything is possible. You know, at one point I forget the character's name, but you know, his head pops off after they set the body on fire. His head pops off and walks away. You know, with spider legs, which is really cool.
Which, yeah, I mean, if you've seen anything in film like that, it was probably after the movie. I doubt it was before. I mean, I can't think of anything remotely comparable from before, unless we're getting into some like very obscure B movies that might have had something like that. But I mean, and then it probably wouldn't have looked nearly as good, obviously.
Yeah, that's definitely probably what people remember this film for, is the special effects.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I'm always happy like when there's a gory movie to complement its gore effects, sure. Mm-hmm. But this movie, it seems like it seems so much more substantial. Like it's more than just gore, because it is a creature, and they're trying to sell this completely alien, unknown creature. So I couldn't just refer to the movie's effects as gore effects, because it's way more than that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really, essential part of the storytelling.
What's your favorite effect in the film? Your favorite creature?
Well, it's kind of probably my favorite moment. Is when after MacReady has started going kind of nuts on everybody, and he's threatening to blow everything up with the dynamite, and how one of the guys comes at him and he knocks him down, and then the guy collapses. I think it's Norris, and then like Norris is like unconscious, so they bring him back and they're trying to revive him. I think that's like the best moment, because then they're doing compressions, and then his stomach opens up and into jaws and bites the guy's hands off. To me, that is like the greatest moment, because even though you're kind of waiting for stuff to happen, it always still, even though I know what's going to happen, I think it's a great just like shock moment. Like you really, you're really surprised when it happens, even though at this point you've gotten to the point where it's like, okay, the thing's going to reveal itself at some point. But I think we've been like faked out by Norris like passing out, that we can't think it's him.
Right.
I think that's just a great shocking moment. So that's probably my favorite effect, is like his stomach turning into the jaws.
It's so unexpected.
It's so shocking and unexpected, and just so fun and scary, and all the things you need. Like it's like the last thing they're expecting to happen.
And he bites off. Is it the doc? The doctor bites off both of his arms.
Yeah, like bites his arms both off at the elbow or whatever. Oh,
that's actually what I was going to say too. But I guess I'll go with the initial dog sequence.
Sure,
that was really good. See, I don't think I ever saw the dog sequence in the TV version. I could be wrong, but maybe it was much shorter.
All that stuff was much shorter.
Yeah,
TV stuff. Sometimes it was just like you'd see it for like 3 or 4 seconds and it would cut away.
And the dog, the one dog is like biting away the fence, biting a hole in the chain link metal fence.
Smart dog.
They all knew something was up. They knew that wasn't a dog. They're heightened.
That's unbelievable. You see that a lot in movies, right? When there's like some sort of like monster or demonic force or something, like the dogs or cats, they notice it first. I buy into that, because they do seem to always pick up on danger and stuff. You often hear about animals acting strange before like a hurricane.
Right.
Things like that.
Yeah, they have a sense for it, like a sixth sense.
Mm-hmm. Plus, they even within their normal senses, they have such developed senses of smell. Maybe they can smell something that we couldn't smell. They're like, this looks like a dog, but it does not have a dog smell. Be something like that. So yeah, I mean, both great moments. I also really like it because it hadn't been that long since another part where it reveals itself and all hell breaks loose. Because remember, I'm pretty sure I'm remembering this in proper order. Because remember the part where, now I'm trying to remember how this went. Or no, I think this was part of the same sequence. Never mind. Yeah, I think that's part of the same sequence. Was where everybody's screaming and they're using it doesn't matter. But yeah. It's funny. I just watched it. Like of the three films, this is the one I watched today.
Yeah.
And yet I know I'm kind of screwing up events in my mind. I'm going to take a look here and make sure if my order is proper or not. Because this might have been part of the same sequence.
Have you seen the remake prequel thing?
Yeah. I mean, it's another one of those ones that's just pointless. Because it doesn't answer either thing. Like, it's one of those ones that doesn't know if it is a remake or if it is a prequel or what, and it just tries to be all things at once. Because, like, I don't even remember I don't think the Norwegians are even involved in that one. Well, at first you think, oh, okay, this is what happened at the Norwegian station beforehand. But then you see like a bunch of American characters.
That's when they first pitched that film. That's what it was going to be. It was going to be the Norwegians, and it was going to be all practical effects.
Right, and end with the dog taking off and, right into the other one. And I think most of us thought, we don't really need to see that, but okay. And then the movie was not that. And it was confusing.
From what I understood is they actually did do practical effects, but they weren't happy with how they turned out, so they put digital effects on top of that.
I mean, it was really hit and miss in that movie. I remember some of it looked okay, and some of it looked really silly. There was like a vagina teeth thing. And I'm not saying that motif is necessarily flawed because the thing is full of really weird stuff. I'm just saying it didn't look good. It almost reminded me of like a piranha plant in like Mario. It looked more goofy than menacing is kind of what I mean.
Sure.
And I realize that's a hard line to walk because some of the stuff we're talking about, if you hadn't seen the movie, some of the stuff we're talking, it sounds ridiculous, but if you actually seeing it, it's very visceral. It's very, it's very effective. It's very cool looking. But I don't know if I've ever seen that movie besides seeing it in the theater. I saw it in the theater. That would have been like almost 8 or 9 years ago now. And, it just washed over me. Like, I didn't care. Like, I'd seen worse movies. It's not like it's terrible, but, it was another, there didn't seem to be any point to it.
That may be one of my biggest disappointments, and I've forgotten about that, as I saw it on my birthday. By myself. I had some people that were going to go with me, and those plans fell through. But I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to watch this anyway," because I had a history of going to see a film on my birthday.
Right.
And I saw it on my birthday. Huge fan of the original film. At that time, I was subscribed to, I believe it was Horror Hound magazine that had all these write-ups about it and how cool it was going to be. And I was just very
disappointed. There was a lot of people saying, "Don't worry, we're going to do this right." I heard a lot of that. Like, I know you're concerned, but these people know what they're doing. There was a lot of that, and then no.
So I had high expectations and was very disappointed. Yeah, not good.
No, I really forget most of it now. I might have seen pieces of it on TV in the years since, but mostly all I remember about it is the ending.
It's one of these that I probably choose to forget, and I think, well, maybe it's not as bad as I think, and I go watch it again, and it's like, nope.
It's not worth watching again. No. I remember that much. Like, it's funny, like, just how, like, uninteresting it manages to be, considering it's based on, like, the same sort of concept. And, in the thing, it's so interesting, and, it's so watchable. You're like, oh, what's going to happen next? And it has such great rewatchability. And then this movie, the 2011 one, is just so flat.
Yeah, Roland 666, as you can see the original special effects on YouTube. I didn't realize it was Stan Winston that did it. He may have even still been alive at that point.
I can't remember. 2011, that sounds like it would have been, yeah.
I guess his studio's still around, regardless of.
Oh, yeah.
He's not.
Yeah, what was I trying to find? Oh, yeah, the part with the arms going off. Okay, let's see what happens. Incinerates the Norris thing. His head detaches. Okay, you're right. Yeah. So the head detachment is right after that. The part I said about the stomach opening up and cutting off the arms. When they burn it, that's when the head detaches and runs off. So that's part of the same sequence. I wasn't sure if it was the same sequence or not, but it is. So yeah, that whole sequence is just nuts. But also like just so. Even though, again, you're expecting something, and yet it still manages to surprise, which I guess is something I really like because that's rare for me in movies, right? We're savvy people. We watch a lot of movies, horror and things, and even the good horror movies, they have certain beats, so you have to expect things. So, I mean, I find this legitimately a surprising thing. So that's pretty hard to pull off.
Yeah, and the whole sequence with the blood, I think, is probably the best sequence in the film. because you're on your toes for so long, you know, that is so suspenseful.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the great scenes that gets brought up for like, tension and suspense.
And you know, everyone has their own opinion of who's going to be, you know, oh, that guy's definitely, you know, Childs. He's definitely, you know, the
Right.
thing. Because you know, him and McCready and Childs are kind of at each other from the start. Like they obviously don't like each other. So it's interesting. Like you know, you think Windows is probably one of the people, because when he's about to test Windows' blood, he looks guilty. I mean, he looks like he's scared of what's going to happen. You know.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't, you know, happen, he's, you know, looks relieved. So it's kind of interesting.
There's just so many elements going into that scene that work for it. Like the fact is, like, except for Windows, who is just being sort of used as a helper at gunpoint, the only person really in control is McCready. The others are all tied to chairs. So then when you have like it reveal itself through, I guess, Palmer, you have the guys in the chairs just losing it because they can't move. You know, they're watching this horror right next to them, and they can't get away. So it's even worse than like a normal situation where at least you'd be free to run. They can't do anything. They're just in the chairs going,
just watching it happen. Yeah.
I mean, terrifying.
And then I don't know what he does, something crazy, and then goes up onto the ceiling, and then Windows is about to blast him, and then
flies onto the ceiling.
His head turns into a jaws of some sort and bites off Windows' head.
The one thing I'll say is, like, one of the things I've said, like, is great about the movies that you usually don't have to question the character's logic and say, like, why did they do this? Like, usually there's pretty good solid. I do kind of disagree with them purposely isolating Wilford Brimley's character Blair. Because by the end, when you see that Blair has escaped and has sabotaged everything, and it's very clear that it has gotten to him, it's like, well, this is what you get for not having, you know, you shouldn't isolate or separate people. We need to keep everybody together, you know, putting him off on his own. I realize they saw him as a danger to the group, but I don't know, just leaving him by himself seemed like you're just asking for it to happen, and then it did happen. You know, it did take him over at some point.
Well, he's the one who saw the writing on the wall and knew what was up, so he was off destroying, you know, means of escaping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is a smart thing to do, I think.
Right, just like when he went and killed all the dogs. Like, it sounds awful, but he was just, you know, trying to take a precaution. You know, even if the dog, you know, I can't take the chance.
One of the dogs has just a huge fire axe, like, sticking out of his back.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Wilford Brimley, he's great in this. And you don't really recognize him, or at least I didn't.
He doesn't have his mustache.
No, his token.
He doesn't have his trademark mustache.
But
it's probably one of the movies where I take Wilford Brimley the most seriously, right? Like, in most movies, he's just sort of a joke. He's just funny. Like, he's sort of a cranky old guy who says some stuff, and he's fun. Like, this movie, he just fits in with everybody else, and you take him very seriously. You know, he's their biologist or whatever you want to say, so, you know, he's very smart.
Well, yeah, I was thinking when I was watching, and I was like, man, he's old there. Like, he's got to be dead now,
1982, and he's old.
I mean, he's still alive. He's like 86 years old or something.
Is he? Oh, wow, man. I would have thought he had to be in his 90s. Wow. But yeah, he's another of those guys that, like, sort of looked old when he was old, too. I always comes back to Gene Hackman, who was never young.
Yeah. Never.
I watch him in Bonnie and Clyde in 1967, and he's, like, balding and looks like he's at least, like, 45, even though he's not that old.
What's the freaking film? The car chase?
The French Connection.
Yeah, he's old in that. And
that's only a couple years. That's like 71.
That's so crazy.
He looks like he's been a cop for like 30 years.
Yeah, that's 40-something years ago.
Yeah. That's such a good movie. I haven't watched that in a long time.
That is a good movie.
I know we did do a Friedkin movie as part of our New Hollywood. We did one of the unknowns. We did Sorcerer.
Yeah.
And at the time, made me want to do more of his stuff. And I mean, you know, we had other stuff to do, but maybe we'll definitely do another Friedkin movie because I've always really liked his style. He's always been sort of a stylish director.
I was going to say I had never seen Sorcerer, you know, until we did it for the show, and since I see it brought up all the time as, like, you know, underappreciated, because I don't think it did very well when it came out.
No, it didn't. It was a super ambitious movie, and we talked a bit about it when we did it. Like, it was a difficult movie to market. And some of the casting probably didn't quite click. You know, it didn't really have, like, what was it, Roy Scheider?
Yep.
Yeah. Like he couldn't really sell a movie on his own.
I follow Friedkin on Twitter, I believe, and he talks, he retweets stuff like people do, special screenings of Sorcerer and stuff.
Yeah. It was around the time we did that I was looking more into Friedkin, and I found out he was really influenced by a lot of Japanese cinema, which is obviously something I like. So, yeah, I think I said before, those movies about the Yakuza forming in the 70s, the Battles Without Honor and Humanity. They made like 5 or 6 of them. Like that was like one of his big influences for the crime stuff he did in the 70s. But even beyond that, he just likes Japanese cinema. Period. Like he's a big Kurosawa guy, stuff like that. So.
Those are on Amazon, and a friend of mine told me those are really good. Like he went through and watched them all, so I've been meaning to watch those actually. But.
Yeah, I think I've said this before, but just to warn you, they're difficult to follow because they're short movies. They go at a really fast pace, and you have a lot of characters. And I'm not trying to be racist, but it's hard to tell some of them apart because they're all Japanese men of a certain age and stuff. And it's very breakneck pace. Most of the movie is just guys they're in the gang together, but then somebody betrays somebody. It's basically the movie's just a bunch of betrayals. And it's really hard to keep track who's who a lot of the time if you're watching for the first time. They're still really great movies, endlessly entertaining. And I actually like how they're not stylistic when it comes to guns. They're more realistic. Like these are just guys that have just become criminals. They don't really know what they're doing, and they got a hold of guns. But they don't really know how to use them or anything. So when there's like an assassination in the street, it's not like a guy taking a gun and carefully aiming and holding it properly and making the shot. It's more like a guy frantically running down the street holding a gun, running up to a guy, getting 4 feet in front of him and frantically shooting him in the chest 6 times and then taking off, which I think is actually sort of a realistic approach because, guns, while guns are, can be used effectively, it still doesn't mean it doesn't take any skill to use them. You do have to sort of know some. And this takes a more realistic approach. These guys don't really know what they're doing. They just have a gun. They run up. It's very frantic. It's very sloppy. Nobody's perfectly sniping anybody. It's just they'll shoot a guy 7 or 8 times. It's crazy frantic, but it's good. But yeah, I didn't get through all of them. I think I saw the first 3. There's 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah,
and they're very good. The first one is obviously the most interesting because it really shows how the Yakuza first formed, how in the wake of World War II, there were guys that just had no idea what to do with their lives, and Japan's all bombed out and shitty, and how they start as, just sort of street thugs, and then they become more organized. It's very interesting. But yeah, I will say that it can be very difficult to follow because characters die left and right, and it's very hard to keep track of who is who and who's betraying who. Which I'm sure is part of the point, but yeah. But they're really cool movies. They were on Shudder for a long time, and
really?
Back when I had Shudder, I don't know if they still are. It was funny. A bunch of people were complaining, saying, "Oh, this isn't horror." Why do you complain about extra content, people? It's not stealing horror from you. You don't want to watch it, watch it. But anyway,
yeah, it's not like they're taking other horror films off.
But that was the last opportunity. It was about a year ago when I still had Shudder, and I was like, I should watch these, and I just didn't get around to it. So,
what year were those? 70s?
The first one's there's one every year. It's 72, 73, 74, 75, something like that. Okay. They're rapid fire movies in the early to mid 70s.
It's kind of before, the Yakuza as we know it now was established, right? With the guns and,
Right. Again, it's sort of the more old school, kind of less stylish, more frantic. Again, it sort of points out these guys hardly know what they're doing. There's even a part it's a big deal today. But we've known if you're into that sort of thing or Yakuza stuff and culture or you read comics, it's a big deal. Sometimes if you've got a guy who screws up, he'll try to atone by cutting off a finger. That's a big deal. They show a guy wanting to do that, and it shows he doesn't know what he's doing. He asks his friends what's the best way of doing this? How am I supposed to do it? And they're like, I have a knife. And what should I do? It's really funny because it shows they don't know what they're doing. But yeah. Those are the best games Sega makes now. Are those Yakuza games? They're really good.
Those are cool. I played 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah, the 4th one's my favorite. I gotta get my PS3 running again. It's fine. It's just I don't have the controllers. I lost them to a shyster, as I think I told you. Got to get a new PS3 controller so I can play some of my PS3 content.
Actually, great segue here. Did you ever play the Thing game on PS2?
No, and I read a lot about. I think I had a magazine that had a big article on it and everything. I never played it.
I'm not gonna say it's a good game, but it captures the atmosphere perfectly. It looks exactly like the film, but it's kind of like a detective type game. You have to go and explore things to figure out exactly what's going on. It just doesn't I don't think it plays all that well, but it looks
Some things
great.
are just really difficult to translate right into a game.
It is. It is. It's not like a first person shooter where you're shooting monsters the whole time, which
Which would
kind of
ruin it, right? Like,
yeah,
that's not the thing. The thing
right.
about that. So I mean, at least it seems like they had the concept right, but sometimes it's hard to translate that into gameplay. But that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I mentioned that on here because that was a lot of fun. When I was really into the film, I was able to kind of play the film in the game, and I think I don't know, maybe my PlayStation got stolen. That may be why I never finished it. But
yeah, my PlayStation 2 got stolen too. Live in a world full of dirty criminals.
Maybe I need to try to. I guess that hasn't been released on anything else.
I don't think so.
Probably on PC or something.
Yeah, I'll look into it. There have been over the years some very interesting attempts at various game versions of well-known sci-fi movies. Pretty hit and miss, but some of them, like you said, like some of them they get the concept right.
Mm-hmm.
It's just more of a translating into a gameplay situation that makes things difficult. Because in the old days when you didn't even have the technology, movie games were just like nothing like the movie, really. You just had to fight endless hordes of enemies, and it was, like a beat 'em up or a shooter or whatever. And it's like, this isn't like the movie at all,
Yeah, I mean, I almost think something like a Resident Evil style would work really well for the thing, like where you're able to switch into combat mode, if you need to. But it was basically, from what I remember, is just going around and like getting clues. You're trying to figure out, what happened and who is the thing, but it just gets kind of boring when you're just running around in the snow, and you may miss something here or there. And I don't know.
Funny, not too long ago, I stumbled across a YouTube video that had like a top, that was a 10 list, and it was like 10 like forgotten horror games just for the PS1. And I didn't know like 5 of them. They all sounded really interesting. I'll have to find that again, show them, because some of them were damn cool. I'd I'd love to find that game.
I know I probably played a few of them as I sought out horror games a few years ago.
Like some of them I'd heard of, like Clock Tower, obviously. But there are at least 4 or 5 that I'd never heard of. But yeah, I'll try to find that and show it to you.
Yeah, that'd be cool. We need to put that on our other show soon to be coming out.
Oh yeah, that's true. For reals this time.
The Final Dungeon, guys. It's coming sometime.
Yeah. And that will be us plus our friend Eric.
We got to get on that.
But yeah, that is finally coming. That's been in the development stages and pushed back a lot for various reasons. But this time we're serious. But yeah, I've been really thinking about games a lot lately.
Here we go.
Particularly those kinds of games.
Our certified gaming expert says it was on Xbox, PS2, and PC.
More than I would have thought.
Shit, maybe I have it on Xbox, and I need to go check because I've still got my original Xbox.
Yeah. The funny is, I'm seeing here. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia article again, and it's talking about how when Carpenter almost quit because he wanted to work on something else for a while. They were thinking about a few replacements. One of the replacements could have been Walter Hill. I think Walter Hill could have done this movie justice. I'm glad it was John Carpenter because it's like we said, it's kind of like his, it's an amalgamation of everything he does best. Like what he did good in other movies, it's like all perfect in this movie. But I think Walter Hill had the right sort of mindset and style for this sort of movie too. I don't know. I've always really liked Walter Hill. He was like a dinosaur in today's world because his movies are just seen as like, for lack of a better word, like misogynistic and stuff like that, and just really manly films. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, Walter Hill's got a lot of different types of films under his belt too.
I finally have access to the one I haven't seen, Southern Comfort. I've still all these years I've never seen it, but I think it's on Stars or something. So I'll finally be able to watch it.
Is Burt Reynolds in that?
Maybe.
It's got a lot of big actors in it. Like maybe one of the Carradines. I forget, but lots of big actors in it.
That was the one for years that I couldn't find and hadn't watched, but I think that's finally available to me to stream, probably off Stars. I'm going to take a look at that soon when I get back home. But yeah, I've always been a big Walter Hill film fan. I think he has some things in common with Carpenter. Like he's more of a straightforward guy than Carpenter, but he's more artistic artistically inclined than I think a lot of people give him credit for. I think a lot of people think his movies are just sort of like straightforward action nonsense, but I think that's not giving them enough credit. What's funny is, isn't he the one that did like 48 Hours? Is that Walter Hill?
I'm not sure. He may have done the original 48 Hours.
Because I've actually never liked 48 Hours. Like, it's fine, but I don't particularly get anything out of it. And a lot of people really like it. It's one of them that I always often hear people say, like, 48 Hours is a really strong movie, really good. It's never meant much to me. I think that's Walter Hill. And I've always been a big Walter Hill fan. But anyway, he was at one point semi-attached to this film, but luckily they kept Carpenter and he went ahead with it. I like how the storyboarding was done by comic artist Mike Ploog, who has done storyboarding on several movies that we've talked about, including a couple of the Ralph Bakshi ones, like Wizards.
Mm-hmm.
He also did storyboarding on the much maligned, maybe one of the most conflicted movies I've ever seen, which is the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings. Because in the 70s, Ploog did a lot of like fantasy-esque comics. And so that led him to do a lot of, he did both 48 Hours. Thank you, Borderline 11. So yeah, and talking about Walter Hill, that's the weird sort of spot for me. And like, I'm a big Walter Hill fan, but and those are two of movies that most people consider good. I don't think they're bad, but they don't speak to me.
I need to revisit it. It's been quite a while since I've seen either.
It's a very odd pairing for one hand. It's like a young Eddie Murphy with like Nick Nolte.
Yeah.
And I bet they do it on purpose. Like, it's kind of like, see how these guys are like clash. Like they don't get along, and that's part. But I don't know. I think I've seen that sort of thing done better in other movies with other combinations. But I'm not shitting on those movies. I'm just saying, as a Walter Hill fan, those are not movies that I really care about. It's just all I meant.
Well, is it it's like a Lethal Weapon ripoff, right?
I mean, they predate Lethal Weapon.
Oh, do they? Okay.
And they're not quite as actiony. This is when action films were only just starting to go. I think the first one is like 82, the same as this year. So like, we talked about like the genesis of action films before. The 80s is really when it started. In fact, I think really the first true action film is Carpenter. I think it's Escape from New York. I think there were movies that had adventure and stuff in them, most notably the Bond franchise. But I feel like true action films, movies that have long action sequences, really got going with Escape from New York, and then just took off from there. The 80s was just like known for it, and we've continued into that now because you're talking about like 50s, 60s, 70s. You'll have movies that have action in them and are even action adventure oriented, but they don't necessarily have like this long action sequence or that. They might have one.
Before the genre was really created, right? Before it was really like
I think of the early Bond films as more adventure films than action films. Not saying there isn't action, because clearly there is. But if you had to get into later Bond films, like particularly in the 80s, when it really ramped up into a more action thing. Man. So that Bond film was supposed to come out in April. Now they moved that to November. I just want it out of the way so we can finally move on from Daniel Craig, who I've never attacked. I'm not exactly a defender of Daniel Craig. I'm just like, hey, he's been fine. But I'm completely sick of him. 14 years is way too long to be Bond.
I think he's sick of himself as well.
Well, he said that like 3 years ago.
He said that before the last movie.
Yeah, and I felt so let down by the last movie. I was so excited for Spectre. Didn't deliver for me.
Not the right person to.
And I'm not one of those people that love Skyfall. Like a lot of people, they think the really great Bond movie of our era is Skyfall. But it's fine.
Is that the Javier Bardem?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen that one. I saw Casino Royale, and
I love that one. So I thought that one was fantastic, and then they fell off a cliff because the next one is one of the worst in the whole franchise. With the weird title, Quantum of Solace.
Yeah.
Quantum of Solace is like almost like the most anti-Bond film. It feels like so against. I think we talked about this before. It feels kind of like they're doing more of a Jason Bourne type thing.
Yeah, exactly.
They're trying to make it more pretty. They're trying to make it more oomph. Anyway. We won't go off on the Bond tangent, but I was just saying, I do think that the 81, so that's Escape from New York, that's really where like the true action film sort of kicked off from. Is kind of how I feel. But I thought you'd like my hair fizz. I didn't do anything special with it. I just have the band here to keep my bangs out of my eyes.
I was thinking it kind of looks like an Andre Agassi. It's like an Andre Agassi type.
It's not bad.
No, not bad at all. Get you a little headband.
Yeah. I'm cancel proof anyway. There's no way I can be canceled.
I've been canceled for years. So.
Yeah. This show is canceled at 100 episodes. What a terrible time to cancel.
I think we've actually been okay on this show. I think we may be all right. Maybe cancel proof.
I hope so.
I don't know.
We could use a few more sponsors. Come on, sponsors. Come on. You're always in the lookout for some more sponsors.
But cool. You want to move on, or?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's any sort of. Well, I mean, we already sort of jumped to the ending because I agree with you. I think like one of the great endings in like a sci-fi horror movie because it's bleak, it has that ambiguity to it, and I mean, I feel like that's enough. I think it's, you don't need some sort of solid resolution there, right? Like it leaves you uncertain. You're not really sure. And I also like the character's sort of attitude for it. Like I like that dialogue, him and Childs.
Yeah.
It's like, what should we do next? It's like, I think we should just wait and see what happens. It's like, okay, and they're just sort of both resigned to it. And you kind of understand if neither of them is infected, you kind of get why they're the ones who are the survivors. Last note, I guess I'll say, is the other guy's Childs is Keith David. This is the earliest movie I know Keith David in. I don't know him from anything earlier.
I was about to say, I was trying to figure out if it was Keith David or David Keith.
Yeah. I love Keith David. My introduction to him was actually, because of his voice, he's a really notable voice actor.
Very much, yeah.
He was the voice of Spawn, and he was the voice of Goliath using the same voice, basically. Goliath on Gargoyles. Just a great commanding, at times intimidating voice, very rich. And he pops up in movies to this day, just never really in a main role or anything.
He was on Community.
Yes, he was. And actually, in that final season when they had lost so many characters and they were injecting new ones on, I actually liked his character. I thought he fit in pretty well. Anyway,
yeah, I did too.
We have a whole voice actor thing, but we're not going to get into it because we said we're not going to talk about those social things. But I have my own opinions on how voice acting works and how that should be done, but we'll leave it.
A gargoyle needs to be voiced by an actual gargoyle.
Yeah, we'll just leave it there. Okay, so we can go to... this is often the case with trilogies, whether they're thematic or they're narratives. The middle one is usually the kind of weird one, the one that's kind of off. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how I'd feel about this one. The weird one is definitely Prince of Darkness. And I definitely like the movie, and I watched it recently, so it's pretty fresh in my mind. But you can definitely take the lead because it's definitely a movie that a lot of it I don't really understand.
I don't think it's meant to be understood. It's, yeah. Okay, well, let's see. Where do we start with this one?
Right, so one thing, I mean, not to jump to what we're going to do at the end, but let's say each movie, if we're talking to the apocalypse route, has like sort of a different aspect of the way an apocalypse can happen. In the first one, the idea is the Earth could be taken over by an alien entity that's like unstoppable. Now this movie is more of a religious/spiritual type of apocalypse, perhaps like a religious apocalypse, kind of like a Revelations type deal, right? Like end times being brought about by some sort of anti-God figure, whether it's the devil or demons or whatever, right?
It goes about that in a very interesting way, though. That's a story that's been
because it's a marriage of that with like science, right? And that does make it stand out. Because usually you see these types of movies that deal with that kind of stuff, like The Omen or whatever, and that's everything. Okay, we're talking about God and angels and nice, and devils and darkness and stuff, and that's what this is. This movie ties this into like the rational world of science and like marries them, and it's very interesting. It makes it a unique movie from that perspective.
Yeah, that's what you've got the whole team of or not scientists, but they're students, and their professor are there doing experiments on this thing. It's like you said, it's kind of a lot that I haven't really tried to actually understand.
It's not so much experience as they're just trying to identify it, right? It's like we have this thing and we don't know what you could actually say it is. So we're getting people from like different what's the word I'm looking for?
Fields.
Yeah, sort of different fields, right? Yeah, or different disciplines of science, right? Just get all these different people together, see what they can make of it. Actually, I don't think this occurred to me until the last time I watched the movie, but the movie's opening, its whole setup is very much like a Michael Crichton movie setup. and that you've got all these different scientists being mysteriously called into some project that nobody will give them answers about. Like, that's the same thing as Jurassic Park when those get called into the island. It's the same thing as Sphere, where they get called in. It's like, what is all this about? And the government's like, oh, we'll tell you when you get there. And, it's kind of the same thing here. You have like people with strong scientific backgrounds, academic people, and it's kind of shrouded in secrecy. Like, okay, we've been called together to do this thing. What the hell is this thing? And, it's very much like the setup of a Crichton novel, and I like it for that too. Obviously, it can't dwell too much in any one character. I will say that some of like the stuff is a little awkward and clunky. I don't know how much of it. Did he write it? This one that he wrote the script for, like he did not write the thing, although he obviously had a lot of input on it. I'm just going to see who actually wrote that.
Quartermass.
Right.
He may have done an adaptation of the script or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So this movie, like it's not much of a problem in the first movie because it's very kind of straightforward. You have all these men at this research station in Antarctica. It's not too hard to get how they interact with each other. This movie, it's more difficult because you got men and women. You've got students of different disciplines, and how they interact is a little awkward. It's not the best written dialogue I've ever read. It's not terrible, but some of the stuff seems to be there for no reason. It's like they couldn't come up with anything better.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the biggest, worst part of the film is some of the pacing and some of the dialogue early on.
Right, because like early on, they make a point that it's important that one of these students, the guy with the mustache, which I find incredibly distracting, that he is that he's really into that female. Like he's practically sort of stalking her at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's Marsh. So that's Marsh. That's Brian Marsh. And I think it's Lisa, perhaps, that he becomes sort of infatuated with. And it's another one of those cases where you don't even need it. It's like she's sort of annoyed by him, like not taking her seriously. Same sort of thing, right? Like I'm a woman in a scientific field. Don't treat me that way. Treat me as a colleague and stuff. And then they like immediately sleep together, which I'm not going to complain and say that's sexist or anything like that, because I've seen that sort of thing in movies. It's not. I don't think it's terrible. I'm just saying it's unnecessary. Like it doesn't add anything to the movie except for when you get to the end that she has to sacrifice herself, that, he's especially bummed out by it, I guess. But it's not like, it would have been better if they just were in a relationship to begin with. Like they were just boyfriend, girlfriend. But the fact that they didn't even know each other and he just sort of becomes infatuated with her, they sleep together and then they embark on this thing only for him to lose her. It just doesn't add anything to the movie. And it doesn't seem to like need to be part of the plot. It's not a huge gripe. I'm just saying.
Well, it's unnecessary, I think.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's unnecessary. Like the plot does not really need it. Certainly doesn't add any drama. And like I said, some of their dialogue together is awkward. And I realize, yes, real life dialogue can be awkward. Like not everything is like a super smart, this isn't an episode of Gilmore Girls. This is real life. But I don't know. Just like there's some weird stuff where one of the other main characters, one of the ones that actually survives, who is that? That's Walter. So Walter's the Asian guy, right?
Dennis Dunn.
Yes. And at one point he says to like somebody like how she looks almost Asian. And then later when she's like possessed and coming at him, he's like, I want to apologize. You don't even look remotely Asian. Like, is that a joke? I don't even know what that means.
Wait, he was saying that to the Asian girl?
No, it was a non-Asian girl.
Oh.
It was an Asian girl, but he said it to another one of the white girls. He said at one point she looked almost Asian. Then there's a later part where that girl is now like possessed or whatever, right? And she's coming at them. And he's backing up saying, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. You don't even look remotely Asian. And I'm laughing not because it's witty. I'm laughing because it's just so weird. But anyway.
It's funny. Susan Blanchard plays Kelly. She's the one who actually is the son of Satan at the end. Her face is all fucked up. Her IMDb picture is with her face with all that makeup on it. That's funny.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Her picture on Wikipedia is her wedding picture.
Well, I think now you can choose your picture for IMDb if you get the pro account and everything. You can go in there and change it. Seems fair.
Yeah, Susan Blanchard. I've definitely seen her and stuff. She's got sort of one of those faces. Oh, she was in They Live also.
And Victor Wong was in what is it?
Big Trouble in Little China.
Big Trouble in Little China.
I love Victor Wong. Victor Wong is one of the great things about this movie to me.
Three Ninjas.
He's the
awesome.
grandfather, isn't he?
He's awesome in Three Ninjas with his extremely white grandsons.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna say anything there, but
yeah, Three Ninjas and Three Ninjas Kick Back and Three Ninjas Knuckle Up. Holy shit, he's like in all of them.
Oh, he must have passed away soon after that then.
Oh my god, like the last movie he ever did was Three Ninjas High Moon on Mega Mountain. That's the one that has like Hulk Hogan in it.
I haven't even seen that.
That's 98, and that's the last movie he did. Let's see, he died in 2001, so he died 3 years later.
Does it have the original kids in all of those movies?
I think so. None of them went on to do anything. That was
so they're like in their 20s.
They were good actors.
They're in their 20s, like beating up bank robbers and stuff.
Yeah, well, it's only like a 5-year period, really. But you're right. For kids, that is a lot.
Yeah, it's a big difference. I mean, you go from a child to a man, basically.
So, I mean, he, kind of typical of like there not being a lot of Asian actors, and now we're finally getting into it of the time. He had sort of a lot of like typical the Asian guy roles. What's nice about this movie is like it's not relevant. He's just, he's a professor or whatever like that. And even though, and by the way, I'm not complaining about those because, for instance, the other thing was that, he's in Big Trouble in Little China as Egg Shen. But that movie has a very Asian bent to it. It's down in Little China. There's lots of Asian.
Well, I mean, in that regard, you can say Carpenter was maybe before his time casting.
He was at least focusing on, something. Yeah. And he wasn't just whitewashing everything.
Well, and those characters didn't have to be Asian. None of them did. So,
right.
Which is nice to see.
And even though like Kurt Russell's the main guy, it's not like he doesn't get help from the others because he gets lots of help. But I mean, that's probably Carpenter's most fun movie, I'd have to say. Because it's just such a great mix of so many fun things. It's such like it reminds me so much of like comic book stuff and stuff.
Oh yeah,
the kung fu, the fantasy, and a great wisecracking Kurt Russell smack in the middle of it. Super fun movie. But Prince of Darkness is not that. It's more of a serious movie, and it's a bleak movie, fitting with the apocalypse thing. But as you said, it's kind of one of those movies that like it's complicated in what it's trying to say, and like you said, I don't really. You're probably right that it's not necessarily meant to be completely understood. It's supposed to be, the whole point is you don't really, because it's supposed to be kind of mysterious. So I guess I can't say that's like I can't count that as a criticism of the movie exactly.
Well, they find this big thing full of green stuff, right? That's basically what happens. And they all go to do experiments on it to figure out what it is. They know it's old.
Right. And the idea is that there's like this special sect within the Catholic Church that is so secret that, like, what are they, the Brotherhood of Sleep? And they're so secret, the idea is, like, the Vatican itself doesn't even know about this. It's a secret within the church that they've contained, and for centuries they've, like, guarded it, and they've not told anybody about it. So, yeah.
And that's where Donald Pleasance comes in.
Right. And he doesn't have a name. He's just the priest.
We got to mention him. But
if I have a complaint about Donald Pleasance in this movie, is that he's not in it enough. Towards the end, towards the third act, he kind of fades into the background and just shows up again at the end. I wish there was more Donald Pleasance. Like, it starts out like he's obviously one of the main characters, and then the focus kind of shifts away from him. And I kind of wish that there was a bit more of him, to tell you the truth, because I never don't like Donald Pleasance. Of course, it was a big deal that he was in Halloween, right? He helped sort of legitimize that movie by being in it, because he was really the only actor of any sort of renown to be put in that movie.
I mean, as far as not understanding, I'm just trying to get a grasp, because they've got the green stuff. They go to do experiments on it, but they hook it up to like computers, and they're running binary code through it, and like it's that shit that I'm like, what is that? And then
it's very esoteric. I mean, even if you read in here, they talk about how at one point what they figure out is like the data that it is broadcasting streams of data. When they analyze it, they find that some of the data includes differential equations. So unless you have like a mathematical background, you don't really know off the top of your head what a differential equation is. I mean, I can give like a very rudimentary definition of it, but I probably wouldn't do it justice.
But thankfully, they've got one of those there.
Basically, you could just say a differential equation is one of the more complicated kind of equations in mathematics, in that it has multiple functions and which also have multiple derivatives. And now we're getting into math speak that I'm not that comfortable with. So anyway. Yeah, it feels very Michael Crichton here to be talking about this kind of stuff.
And then we've got reoccurring dreams. Everyone's having the same reoccurring dreams of the outside of that church.
And a dark figure emerging from it, which is not the Antichrist, but the anti-God. Because the idea is the tube is full of something that's supposed to be the corporeal embodiment of a being that would be... the being itself is actually Satan. But the idea is there's something worse than Satan, which is its father, which is the anti-God, which is in the other dimension, trying to get...
Oh, is that right? Okay, I didn't realize that.
That's the difference there. They actually do have Satan himself, but somehow Satan is using its power and influence to bring its father, this anti-God thing, that's in dwelling in some sort of like dark parallel dimension over to us. And all this, you sound like it should all be my wheelhouse because it's all weird and cool and dark. But I have to say, I am not really on board with the dream thing. I don't like the idea that they're saying there's a broadcast from 1999, I guess during the apocalypse, and they're sending it back in time through dreams. They're saying you're not actually dreaming. This is a message from the future. I don't particularly like that. I don't know. I don't think it lines up well. It feels weird out of place.
If I don't think about it too much, it's okay. I'm on board with it.
Oh yeah, again, I'm not going to throw up my hands and say, "Oh, this is all stupid," because I mean, this is some esoteric stuff. This is some, and that's the point of it. It's very,
and you've
got
the horde of homeless people led by Alice Cooper, which what's going on there. They're somehow controlled by this being as well.
I mean, I get that they wanted to make it so they couldn't get out of the church, right? That they're trapped. That there's some force keeping them in. I mean, they probably could have come up with something better than that, but it's not the worst thing. It's okay, I guess. But yeah, that was the main thing, right? That they're trapped in the church. They can't go outside, or they'll get killed by this horde. So fair enough.
Do you remember the part where the one guy goes out and I think he gets killed, but then his body shows up and it turns into beetles?
Yep.
It just falls. Like I saw that scene on like an episode of like 2020 or something, talking about like how hard gore in movies and just talking shit about horror films.
What an odd example for them to use, right?
It was like that and maybe like a scene from Evil Dead or something. But I saw that well before I saw the movie, so I immediately recognized that scene. Because I always
I feel like for whoever they were putting that report together, who was like stuck in like the room that has like where they have various footage of stuff. They're like, find some horror footage, and it was like the very first thing he found. Like, I don't even know what this is, but it looks like horror.
It was like a scene from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and then like the Evil Dead scene when he cuts his hand off, or maybe Evil Dead 2, and then I think that from because I was like, okay, now I got to watch those films. I hadn't seen any of them at that point. It was pretty early on.
And I do like the main concept, as I said. I like the idea of taking the religious stuff and intertwining it with science, right? Mm. And I like some of that stuff early in the movie because it shows stuff that I think about sometimes too, which is the idea that you have this, I guess, fairly smart and accomplished professor whose world is, as an academic, I don't even know what he's supposed to be a professor of. He's a physicist or something? I think he's some sort of physicist. Yeah, he's a quantum physicist. But that he has like this close relationship with a priest, and that they often, talk about the spiritual world and the scientific world. I find that interesting. I'm sure there's some real life parallels to that. Because people always have to act like, science and religion are always at such odds with each other. And I don't think they always have to be. And yet sometimes people seem to make it has to be like one way or another, when I think that there's lots of explanations that work both ways. Like the one that comes right off the top of my head is evolution, right? Okay, people on the show know that, like, I'm not religious anymore. I haven't believed in God since I was 13. I'm an atheist, whatever, okay? But whether I am or not, I never thought that the idea of believing in evolution meant that, like, you didn't believe in God, or you thought, like, it meant God was wrong. It just always seemed to me it's possible that, okay, if there's a God, like some people believe that there's a sentient being that created everything, well, couldn't he just use evolution? Because I remember, like, I had a friend who I grew up with, and I remember his dad like freaking out at the TV once, saying something like, "Man didn't come from gorillas. God created man." I was like, "Well, God created the gorillas and stuff too." I was like, and I didn't want to get into it. I was like 12 years old or something. But, you know, I never thought that those two things were at odds with each other. So I kind of like that movies are the same way. Like, you can have a scientific mind and believe in all this data, but it doesn't necessarily mean this throws God out the window, and, you know, and vice versa. Or, you know, the priest coming in and saying, that's all gobbledygook. It's literally what's written in the Bible. And
Yeah,
you know?
That's the problem, is taking the literal.
Right?
I don't think it's meant to be taken literally.
No, I would not say so. But anyway, that's what I kind of like about the movie, because it's sort of like a meeting of those two worlds, and it shows like it's a fictional, but I'm sure there are relationships like this where somebody's, you know, maybe a priest, so their world there is spiritual, and you have a guy who's a quantum physicist, his world is science. But it doesn't mean they can't be friends. They can't have some of the same ideas. They can't, you know, respect each other. So I like that very much, even though it is a little rushed at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is a very difficult movie to describe to people if they haven't seen it.
Yeah, I know. That's I'm having trouble too. It's
But as I said, the setup is like I said. So this and it turns out the priest, I don't think he's part of that brotherhood, but he knows about the brotherhood. This brotherhood of sleep that's been around for centuries. They found this thing and they've kept it hidden, even from the higher ups in their own church. But yeah, what is it that actually kicks it off? Like, they've had this thing, so why are we starting it up?
Did it start moving or something?
Because it says request the assistance in investigating a mysterious cylinder containing a swirling green liquid. Yeah, but they've had it for a long time. Or did the priest just find out about it because he was? Oh, yeah, that's why. Okay, because the priest was not in the Brotherhood of Sleep. He was friends with a guy who was. Remember, it opens with that priest dying. That's what it is.
That's
that
right.
Priest dies, and he has no one to give the key to the basement to. So he gives the key to Donald Pleasance. And that's how he finds it out. Okay.
And
so that shows how he's different as a priest, right? He finds out that this, you know, weird thing is in the basement, and he doesn't think, let's keep it locked away. He says, let's study it from a scientific angle. So that's kind of interesting.
And so the priest is friends with Professor Howard Barak, right? That's
right.
Victor Wong.
And that's who he invites. He decides this needs to be investigated. My friend, he'll know. Like, he works in this stuff. He'll know who can analyze this. And yeah, so that's what kicks things off. And a lot of stuff, as we said, is like not necessarily said. Like that stuff I said about it being like the anti-God and son of or father of the devil. None of that is necessarily true. It's kind of what they theorize, more or less. I can't even remember how they get to it, but one of the students, the Asian woman, she's different from the others in that, like, her job seems to be she's some sort of like linguistics expert. Remember, because she's running a program on the computer to try to translate the ancient language that it uses off like these tablets or something, or maybe it was on the outside of the cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so there's quite a few different scientific disciplines going on.
And basically what it all boils down to is eventually some of the crap gets sprayed into someone's mouth and people just start getting possessed by whatever this thing is, and then start possessing others by spraying it from their mouth into theirs. So then it just kind of turns into like a possession film. Right.
Yeah, and that whole recurring dream thing, the message of the future is a tachyon transmission. Which again, tachyons, we don't even know if they're real. They're particles that are only hypothetical at this point. But the idea is that they can travel faster than light. So because of that, that's why it's possible to think that if something could be made out of tachyons, it could go through time. So that's how this comes in. Like, if tachyons could be discovered to be real and they could be harnessed, the idea of sending things like messages or even things through time seems possible because the speed of light can go through that or something.
See, I didn't even realize any of that. That's all above my pay grade.
Yeah. So it's funny that like tachyon is like I'm looking here. There's a big article here on Wikipedia about it, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, it's only a hypothetical thing. It's something, you know, scientists think might exist, but we don't know.
So theoretically, you could send a message through time. Right.
Theoretically, you could send even maybe physical things through time, depending on the makeup of the tachyon. You know, it reminds me a bit of that Chinese trilogy of books I was reading that were so crazy. There's a sci-fi trilogy of books The first one's called the three-body problem, and the second one's called the Dark Forest, and the third one's called something's End or something like that. Anyway, and the first book is one of the best books I've ever read, probably translated into English. And on the surface, it seems like something we've heard very many times before, because it's basically about aliens that are going to come to Earth. Like, that's the main setup, right? That aliens are going to come to Earth. But in the first book, by the time the book is over, all we know is that they're going to come, but they're still like centuries before getting here because of, distance and time constraints. But one of the problems they find out about these aliens who are hostile, like the ideas, is that like they have their own sort of like, I don't know if these would qualify as tachyons, but they have these own particles in their technology that they can send to Earth, and they're completely invisible. They're basically, just think of them as like particles, but they can use them to spy on us. Like, there's no way anywhere on Earth, it doesn't matter where you go, these aliens can hear everything we're saying and doing and see everything we're doing. There's absolutely nothing you do. But the one edge we have is like, there's this group on Earth, and they're led by this American billionaire who actually wants the aliens to come because he thinks like mankind needs to be wiped out, right? And he's able to, have sort of like it seems like telepathic communication, but it's not really. It's not at all. It's just they use these things to communicate. All he has to do is talk, and he can see what they're saying in text, like behind his eyes. And he finds out in a conversation with them that they don't know what it means to lie. And the way their things work is their thoughts can't be internalized. There's no such thing as having thoughts different. If you're saying something, you're thinking it. So the one advantage humankind has is that we can lie, and we can also keep things inside. So even though they can surveil us completely, if we don't say it, they don't know about it, right? So it's all about that. But yeah, it's really interesting, this whole idea of like them sending particles to Earth that are like advanced sort of like surveillance equipment. But all they are is like particles. They're not like, things they made, they're like things that you would see in a large hadron collider. It's really interesting. It's one of the reasons why I know a little bit more about physics now, because I had to look into some of it, because a lot of the books deals with physics. In fact, the three-body problem is a problem in physics. I'll very quickly say what that is, which is like when you've got, when you have like a star and you have like a body, like a planet, we physicists have figured out how, through math and stuff. I sound really smart, don't I? But they figured out there's a way you can predict how, if you have like a star and you have like a planet, they can predict how it will move around it. And that's how some scientific discoveries have been found. Like Uranus is the first planet that was discovered that way, because of the way one of the other planets around it, Neptune or something, one of the closer planets, the way it was acting, they realized that could only mean there had to be a planet somewhere close to it, and that's why it was moving the way it did. Anyway, and the idea is if you have two bodies, if you throw a second body into it, now you have a sun and you have two other things. There doesn't seem to be any way of predicting how they'll move. It's all thrown off, and over the decades, many people have tried to come up with a solution to it, and there never has been one. And the idea is that in this book, it's really complicated. So the aliens have actually sent a video game to Earth that people play that's completely interactive, go into the world, and you have to try to solve the three-body problem. And if you don't, the civilization dies. Because the whole idea is the civilization you're seeing is actually a stand-in for what the alien civilization is. The whole reason they want to leave their planet is because they have that issue, in that, like, no matter what they try to do, they're too close to the sun or they're too far away from the sun or something. So they either boil or they freeze. They've evolved to survive it, in that they can do this thing where they dehydrate themselves and they go into a sleeping period. But every time they do this, everything on their planet is wiped out, and then civilization starts all over again. And that's why they want to leave. But so one of the things that when they found out about Earth, which is its own thing, which is the whole first half of the first book, which I really love, which is all about like the Chinese Communist Party and the Red Guard and all the stuff that happened in the Cultural Revolution. Basically comes down to like a woman who had lived through the Cultural Revolution and been betrayed, and then she had to work for the government at the secret radar base. She basically lost faith in humanity, and in a 1 in a zillion shot, she actually made contact with the aliens, and then she did tell them to come because she fucking hates humanity now. Anyway, the book picks up decades later. Her daughter's involved. It's an amazing book, but this is one of the reasons why I know a little very surface knowledge stuff about some of this physics stuff, because I had to read about it because the book, demanded it. But anyway, that's what the tachyons remind me of. I think they talk about tachyons in the book too. The idea of particles that can go at the speed of light, so they could travel across a galaxy, but they could also theoretically go through time too, which is mind blowing. but pretty cool. So yeah, that's what these dreams are. They're tachyon transitions from the year 1999, which is apocalyptic. I guess the idea is supposed to be that like sometime during the events of this movie, the anti-god does break out, and by the time that's 87, so by the time you get to 1999, it's over. Like humanity's almost completely wiped out. And the whole point is, trying to stop that from happening.
Right. Well, that's the cool thing about this. You think they've stopped it, and then you find out no.
It's more like they've just delayed it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like a Terminator film. You've just delayed Judgment Day.
Okay. Yeah, Quartermass was Carpenter, by the way.
Oh, really?
Carpenter wrote the screenplay, but was credited as Martin Quartermass.
That
Quartermass comes from some sort of physics thing. Oh, no, not physics. Some other thing. The Quartermass conclusion. What the fuck is that? The Quartermass conclusion. A British television sci-fi serial. So it comes from that. Okay. So yeah, this was very much written by Carpenter. He just changed his name for fun, I guess. The story features elements. Wait a second. Carpenter wrote. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Along with the name of Professor Burrick's institution, the Neil University, was an homage to British film and television writer Nigel Neal and his best-known character, Bernard Quatermass. So, okay, there's where it comes from. The story features elements associated with Neil, including a confrontation with an ancient evil, which was a story called Quatermass in the Pit, and the Quatermass conclusion. Messages from the Future, a story called The Road, and the scientific investigation of the paranormal, a story called The Stone Tape. Neil was displeased with the homage, fearing that viewers might believe that he had something to do with the film. Oh, come on.
That's his character's name, right? It's not his name.
Yeah. No, and yeah, I know. I don't see why. And why would he be so displeased? It's just a guy doing sort of a shout out. The film wasn't that bad. Come on, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what drew me to the film originally was when they, basically get turned into zombies or whatever you want to call them. And then they basically just try to convert all the others. But what was the character's name? It was Kelly. At one point, Kelly like bumps into something, and it starts to form this really odd like symbol on her arm. I guess that's kind of how it marked her as the one that's going to be, the Prince of Darkness, the son of, Satan.
Yeah, it's like father of Satan, actually.
Father of Satan.
Yeah, Satan is actually the offspring of this thing.
So from that point on, once the first person gets, possessed or whatever, it's basically just we get to see them try to escape.
Right.
And I think probably my favorite scene of the film is when Dennis Dunn is trapped in it's like a little broom closet or something, because there's the three others that are possessed outside the room. And he's like, yelling like funny stuff half the time at them. And it's kind of played for laughs a little bit there, but
he's watching that character, I forget, Kelly. You remember, like Kelly's like lying there, and like she's breaking out in like boils and stuff, and she's like, and he's like pounding out the way out the walls, like I don't want to be in here. Yeah.
Well, eventually he realizes they're going to come in there to get him.
They're like, and they're on the other side, and they're like, "We'll get you out." He's like, "How long?" They're like, "A couple hours." He's like, "A couple hours."
I was like, "Man, that's a hell of a wall, man." It was like bricks and all kinds of other shit in there. But I think I like that part the best.
I really love the poster for this movie. Because it shows like the green ooze that comes out of the cylinder, like going over like someone's screaming face.
Yeah, that's it right there. That's the original poster art, which I've got this one sheet.
Oh yeah, I was forgetting some of the stuff. Remember when she's like when the translator starts getting like possessed, and she just starts like rapidly translating stuff.
Yeah,
that is pretty freaky.
It is.
Where I also like how it like ties sort of into some of the scientific stuff. One of the lines is, "You will not be saved by the Holy Ghost. You will not be saved by the god plutonium. In fact, you will not be saved." All caps. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. I mean, in comparing this to the thing was more about paranoia, and this is more sort of mind screwy. more of a mind screw type terror.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of more of an unfathomable kind of terror, right? Like something like humans can't even really conceive of, which is, again, I think touched on in the next movie too, in The Mouth of Madness. So that kind of stuff really just naturally appeals to me, and I'll blab a little more about Lovecraft later on, about how that ties in.
And is it Ken Wright? Lomax, I believe the character is. He's very cool looking when he gets possessed. He's like he's singing like Amazing Grace or something while he's like dragging an axe. You remember that part?
Yeah.
I think that's his name.
I think one of the problems with the pacing of this movie is that it's a slow burn movie, and then when things pick up, they move too fast. Like it starts really slow and kind of easing you into it and dragging, and then when things get going, it goes much faster. Like I think you're kind of not prepared for how it shifts gears like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's what I like about it though, because I mean, honestly, like I fell asleep during this when I watched it the other night. It seems like it's got a pacing problem for the first half. I don't know if you feel the same way, but that's really my.
I kind of like the first half more than the rest. Like I said, I kind of like the setup more than the execution, kind of. So I actually really like the first. I like the talking stuff more than sort of the action stuff in this movie. Not that the action stuff is terrible. I just feel like it's not as well done, which is another thing I feel about the next movie too. Is I feel like sometimes some of the action stuff is not. It's not that satisfying. Like when that guy, like one of the first guys that gets killed goes outside, like he just sort of stands there and Alice Cooper just simply walks up to him and fucking impales him.
Yeah.
Like he just walks up and does it. There's not really any sort of action or tension or anything. It just sort of happens. And it's like, why didn't this guy like move or do something?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they just had to maybe because they had time constraints to just sort of take that, make their take and move on. But it's not. Again, it's not like it's terrible or anything.
Something may have been added later for to pad out the runtime or something. I don't know. I don't hate this movie by any means.
Oh no, I like this movie. I just I think it's definitely the most flawed of the three.
Yeah, I agree.
But at the same time, we can recognize why it is, because it has such a sort of unique and difficult to wrap your head around concept, right? Mm-hmm. So it's a difficult movie to try to pull off. Like it would be very hard to just, hit everything right.
But again, I don't think it's meant to be fully understood in that regard either.
Sure.
Like it's meant to be somewhat, maybe, it could be possible, but, probably not. It's a fantasy type.
Yeah. And I've talked about this even on like just short discussions about the movie, is like I think like its climax is really lacking. Like it's just sort of too easy, right? The whole mirror thing.
Mm-hmm.
The whole mirror thing feels too easy and too simple. It feels like something more complex should have happened there.
Well, she originally tries to go into like some sort of like a makeup compact mirror or something, and then
but the thing is like it's not big enough, so she has to seek out a bigger mirror. I don't mind the idea of like them using the mirror to cross over. I just thought it was a little too simple that like all they had to do was like knock her in and break the mirror.
I thought it looked cool, but yeah, that's what you think. You think that took care of the problem, but it didn't. It's like you said, it just prolonged it.
Yeah, and it is sort of a downer, because like it's not even like you could think, oh well, she like when he's trying to console Marsh about losing her, said, she died, she sacrificed herself to save us. But it seems very clear that like from the weird dreams that he has after that, like it's kind of like she's in kind of a version of hell and they're using her. It's like they took her over and now they're using her to try to break through. So it's like worse than death.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty bleak, as we said. So yeah, it's like, was the final dream even real, or was it just a dream too, right? Like maybe he's just been so fucked up by all this that it wasn't actually one of those messages or anything. It was just his, he's just being tormented by himself. So, we don't know. Yeah, so did they change the future, or is it just more, vaguely apocalyptic? Yeah. And then of course, and has a good shot too. Like he goes to touch the mirror and it pulls, it fades out. We don't know.
Yeah. I love that.
Is anything going to happen if he touches the mirror? Does it mean anything? Does it mean everything? Is he going to fall in? Is she going to come out? There's nothing going to happen.
Yeah.
They don't tell you. And that's cool. I like that quite a bit.
it's very suspenseful too, because it's very slow, very slowly. And I watched this with my kids, and they were really into it there at the end. And they're like, "What happened? What's going to happen?" And, I'm like, "You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going to happen." So,
I mean, the movie itself kind of fakes you out, even with the title Prince of Darkness, which refers to Satan. So Satan's a malevolent, disembodied presence that starts some sort of like kind of possessed zombie type plague against the humans, but he's really just sort of a foot soldier for a more terrifying threat that's, in another dimension, this anti-god creature.
mm-hmm.
This is a high concept stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really kind of hard to discuss. I'm having trouble trying to get my thoughts together on this film.
I mean, they even at one point talk about how Satan, the entity, the Satan entity, is the liquid, that it might also exist on the subatomic level, so it really digs in. And of course, it's cool that we don't really see the anti-god, which really ties into the Lovecraft stuff, because it's very much the definition of an eldritch abomination. So I guess I'll do my little spiel here for like why I think Lovecraft is so important, so good, is the idea that, okay, Lovecraft started doing stories in the early 20th century. So before that, horror certainly exists, but horror was always the same thing before that. It was always tied into God and the devil, and it was always about ghosts and demons and people coming back from the dead. And things tied to that all came from that, like vampires, right? Vampires are tied into that. They're like undead people, and they usually have some sort of like connection to the devil, and they hate God. That's why crosses hurt them and stuff, And so but Lovecraft also came in at the same time it's kind of funny because this ties into the physics thing. I think we talked about it before. It's like towards the end of the 19th century, just before some big breakthroughs were made, physicists actually already believed they knew everything there was to know about the universe. And then a bunch of super big breakthroughs all happened in succession, right? And they're like, holy shit, we don't know anything. Like, we thought we knew how all this stuff worked, but like there's a space time and all this really crazy concept, all these crazy concepts that physicists and stuff deal with to this day. And Lovecraft picked up on that. And he was really the first to introduce a world where, threats they don't have anything to do with God or the devil or anything. In fact, they probably don't even exist. The idea is that we found out now that the Earth isn't just some really important planet and a really important thing that goes, the Earth is a tiny speck in an endless universe, right? So there's probably endless things that we can't comprehend and things that are endlessly horrifying. And the other thing is, we don't fucking matter at all. There's no God or anything, or Jesus or anything that's protecting us. We're just some insignificant thing, and there's horrifying beings of power that we can't even comprehend, and they're fucking everywhere. And that's, he's really the one that sort of started with that. So the idea was now, so most of his stories usually involve, people, stumbling upon that fact and usually being driven mad by it. And a lot of his stories usually have, crazy cults that knew about it and are actually trying to summon some of these things, like Cthulhu, for instance, stuff like that. And I also really like the idea that he brings in that, okay, we know about human history and it goes back this far, but maybe there was, before humans, there was something else kind of like us, or maybe some sort of pre-human race, and they knew all about these dark gods and stuff, and they worshiped them. So that's really what the Lovecraft comes into. And also the idea too, monsters aren't just a devil or a dragon. They're things that have a bazillion eyes and, tentacles and things that, he really was the one that brought sort of that sort of creativity to the idea of what monsters and threats could be. I don't know. It's just really appealing because it is so oppressive and is so scary. It's more terrifying to me than the idea of oh, there's a devil in hell and he can send demons to corrupt people and stuff like that and tear at our flesh. The idea instead that there's ancient things that we'll just call elder gods because we know what they are, and they don't even take notice of mankind because we're so insignificant. But every once in a while, little pieces of them might show up here and there, and they have horrifying effects on humans because that's pretty much what all the stories spring from. Somebody usually discovering a piece of that world and it probably driving them mad, if not killing them. And that is played up in all sorts of horror now, but you really see it in these three movies. The idea that again, that they're just threats that boggle the imagination, things we can barely comprehend.
Right.
And of course, the third is the most Lovecraftian of all because it almost plays out like a Lovecraft story. And the writer himself, Sutter Kane, is basically if you took Lovecraft and combined it with Stephen King, is pretty much what it is.
Yeah,
and we'll get to that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the last things I wanted to talk about, Prince of Darkness, was the score that we mentioned a little bit earlier. Just an amazing score. I think the film wouldn't be the same without it. It really does a great job of setting the scene.
I love the opening,
creating the tension.
So this one and The Thing, I've actually seen both in theaters, and seeing this in theaters was really a treat because it feels so great, like that opening music and everything. Just it's so ominous, and
that's cool.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. So even though this is a movie that I don't think is that great, it was really enjoyable in the theater, just because you have the great sound. But it actually won a Saturn Award for its score, so that's something.
That's good. Well, you want to go ahead and move on?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if anything there was important that maybe we missed here. It's definitely just one of the more interesting movies because it is so hard to understand. As you said, like it's probably deliberately made that way that you're not really supposed to fully understand everything. It's just supposed to leave a lot of stuff unanswered and a lot of things open-ended. I mean, I like Donald Pleasance and I like the other guy, the prof. But the other actors and characters, they're just sort of there. They're not that important. They're okay, a lot of them are just there to die, which is what a lot of horror movies are. So I'm not going to complain from that point of view. And I think some of the dialogue is kind of awkward and odd, but it doesn't, ruin it or anything. The main thing I always give points to this movie for is originality. It's really trying something different. It's trying something that they know is fairly complicated, and I don't know. This seems like the type of movie that should upset like kind of really religious people, but I don't think it was famous enough for anybody to really take notice of it.
Yeah, I don't. How did it do in theaters originally? I don't think I've ever seen those numbers.
It wasn't a flop. It was a fairly low budget movie. Okay, it had a budget of $3 million, made a box office $14 million. So I guess you would call it a mild success.
Yeah, he's still dealing with relatively low budgets at this point. So,
and I don't really even think that hurts this movie. Again, jumping to the end, I think it hurts the next movie. But this movie, I don't think is too held back by budget. It more or less accomplishes what it needs to accomplish. I mean, maybe it's unfortunate that they couldn't get a couple of more, maybe well-known, bigger name actors in some roles. But at the end of the day, I don't know how important that is. I like, as I said, I like Pleasance a lot. I like the other guy a lot. And they're probably the most important.
Yeah, I'm fine with the cast, except for the main guy you were talking about. I don't like him too much. The mustache guy.
Jameson Parker.
He's very forgettable, very, very vanilla.
Yeah.
Very, very bland.
There's no character. Liam Lacey, in his review of the Globe and Mail, wrote, "There's no character really worth caring about. No sympathy to any of these characters. The principal romantic couple, Jameson Parker and Lisa Blunt, are unpleasant enough to create an unfortunate ambivalence about their eternal destinies." Yeah, I mostly agree with that. As I said, it would have been better to maybe establish they were just already boyfriend and girlfriend. Not that he was kind of stalking her and they just randomly slept with each other and now he wants to marry her or something. And I don't know. It just seems like they could have written that easily a better way. It seemed like they went out of their way to make it kind of dumber than it needed to be.
Because they're still together at the end, right?
Well, I mean, she's gone.
Oh, she's gone. Okay.
Right. That's why he's so upset. And she's gone. And I'm thinking they should have just had a pre-existing relationship before the movie. It would have made more sense. Instead of showing that she never knew him, but he watched her around campus, and then he had a weird conversation where she accused him of being sexist and not taking her seriously, and then cut to them sleeping together. Yeah. And then the rest of their conversations is he wants them to be boyfriend girlfriend, and she does not feel ready to commit to that. So how much am I supposed to cheer for this? Exactly. It's I know he loved her, I guess, or thought he did. I don't know.
It's all that. I feel like I don't even remember the conversations. It was all so, generic.
I mean, here's a New York Times guy calling it a surprisingly cheesy horror film to come from Mr. Carpenter. I don't agree with that. I don't find the movie particularly cheesy. I mean, I guess you've got Alice Cooper in there, but it's not too distracting. And like I said, the dialogue is not good, but it's not over to the side of super cheesiness either. So I personally don't see the movie as cheesy.
I don't either.
So I don't agree with that. Nigel Floyd in Time Out gave a positive review calling it engrossing. The claustrophobic terror generated by fluid camera work and striking angles lead to a heart-racing climax. I guess I don't find the climax particularly heart-racing as one of my problems. I think it seemed like more thought needed to be put into that because it just seemed a little abrupt, but not terrible. But of the three movies, it's definitely the one I have to do the most thinking about because of the high concept stuff it deals with. And also, like I said, the fact that I find it the most flawed of the three is the one that makes me think the most. Because, I mean, the thing, I can just, go on about all the things I think they did really great and was so effective about this. This one, I really have to think about, like, the things I liked and the things I didn't and how much one hurts the movie, how much one helps the movie. It's very difficult for me to, like, at any one time, say score the movie or, 3 out of 5 or 7 out of 10. I find it because I feel different about it at different times. I definitely don't think it's as good as the other two. I mean, obviously not The Thing because The Thing is way up there. But I've never thought of it as a bad movie. And I think Carpenter's done some bad movies, and this is not one of them. But I can't completely praise it either, so yeah. I sort of, not that I go back and forth, because it's not like I'm disagreeing with myself. It's more like I can't come to a decision about where I would rank it, I guess, is more like it.
Yeah.
Like, I guess, like, I can half-heartedly call it pretty good, but that doesn't really, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be enough.
Yeah, and we're talking about a film that's only, 102 minutes, so.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it has, like, some surrealistic elements to it, which I appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I probably would have liked it if they got gone even a bit more with that. But, like you said, it has a fairly short run time and just sort of gets over with. Yeah, I guess I would have liked a more extended climax.
Which makes me think some of this stuff may be added for runtime. I don't know. But yeah, I just don't know. It just little pacing issues. It's a little boring to me, early on.
I like early on because I feel like it builds my curiosity the way sort of like I said the setup of the opening chapters of like a Michael Crichton book does. Like, so yeah, I don't mind early on. That's actually what I like a lot. And it's not like when stuff starts happening, it's all a disappointment. It's just some of it's a little flat. Like how some of the characters are dispatched is just sort of a little, I don't know, not particularly exciting.
Yeah. But again, that's what kind of drew me to this film to begin with was all of that stuff. The demonic possession aspects.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a good spin on the demonic obsession or the possession aspect because it gives us a sort of different idea of what the dark forces are, right? Because it's always like there's Satan and forces of darkness and hell. I like how they marry this with a more scientific thing. There's a good line here. I'll just find it. That Birak says, "Suppose what your faith has said is essentially correct. Suppose there is a universal mind controlling everything, a God willing the behavior of every subatomic particle. Well, every particle has an antiparticle, its mirror image, its negative side. Maybe this universal mind resides in the mirror image instead of in our universe, as we wanted to believe. Maybe he's anti-God, bringing darkness instead of light." I like that. That is sort of very Lovecraftian. Again, it's kind of like, beyond the world that we can see, there's, very dark, malevolent forces that we can't even really comprehend, and they're very threatening. And now they're trying to break through. That's a cool concept, and I like that a lot. So I like it when they talk about stuff like that in the movie, because the movie just has some interesting concepts, that are just kind of fun to think about.
Yeah, I don't think I saw this film till around 94. I don't know if I was actually spending the night with a friend and we went to his local store. He didn't live near me, and had a different selection. I don't know if maybe it wasn't available in the rental stores that I had near me or what, but just kind of rented it on a whim and really liked it a lot.
I was probably an adult the first time I saw this movie. I was probably in my early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
I had to guess. I was probably at that point, by that point I'd sort of become more aware of Carpenter's like larger work, and I was probably seeking it out. I think probably to see what else Carpenter had done.
Yeah, because In the Mouth of Madness is what, 95, so I was already was aware of who John Carpenter was, and was a fan of his in particular. So I very well may have rented Prince of Darkness just on his directing. In the days before the internet, you kind of have to look this stuff up the old-fashioned way to figure out. Oh, he did that movie too.
Mm-hmm.
Can't just type in and pull up a list. All these and then click the link and there it is streaming. It was a little bit more to it back in the day, tracking this stuff down.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the circumstances were. Part of me even thinks that somebody I knew owned it, like had a DVD of it or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible. Something like that. Yeah, it's hard for me to remember when exactly I first saw it. It's definitely not one of those movies that would ever come on TV. So it's not like I ever saw parts of it on TV when I was young, because no, it was just never on TV.
I don't think it I mean, maybe after the fact, after DVD and Blu-ray.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Way, but definitely not when I was like a kid or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me either.
So yeah, I guess we can move to our third part, which is In the Mouth of Madness. In between this, so what happened after this movie? After this movie, or after the last movie, what did he do? They live after this movie? They lives 88, right?
I think so. So They Live, Memoirs of an Invisible Man, maybe?
That's one I truly dislike.
Let's see, early 90s. It's not.
I think that's 92 or something. I think those are the ones. I think it's just those two.
Is that it? Okay, so he just was kind of not working a whole lot.
Yeah. No need to get into it, but I've never liked. That's one I truly dislike. I truly dislike Memoirs of Invisible Man. I think it's one of those movies that just doesn't know what it's trying to be. Because, on part of it, it seems like it's going to be kind of lighthearted and comedic, and other parts, it's really serious. I don't know. It's a really, really weird thing for to star him in it. Is that Chevy Chase?
I haven't seen it since I was a kid. Yep, you're right. It was Prince of Darkness, then They Live, then Memoirs of an Invisible Man 4 years later, then Body Bags the next year, then In the Mouth of Madness.
Yeah. I was also probably in my early 20s when I saw Memoirs of an Invisible Man. One of my friends was a fan of it and showed it to me. It did not work for me at all. I don't think he was necessarily a Carpenter fan either. I think he just liked that movie, but it did not work for me. I just found it. It's hard to say. Maybe I should watch it again because it's been like over 15 years since I've seen it.
I need to watch it again. I liked it.
Close to 20 years. So
I was a Chevy Chase fan when I was younger. So
I was a Chevy Chase fan. I like Fletch. I like vacation movies. So, but I mean, this is a very different thing, right? Not that he doesn't have the odd sort of comedic line in the movie. I think he does. Although again, it's pretty hard for me to remember. I just have to look that up. Anyway, we're on In the Mouth of Madness now, but I'm gonna have to do some reading about that movie. I don't even know how a movie like that came together.
Maybe Chevy Chase trying to branch out a little bit as a comedic actor, trying to do something.
He's a guy that found out he could turn, something happened to him. It was like an accident that he could turn invisible, and then the movie is some sort of government agent is trying to chase him down, and he's in love with a woman or something. That's all I can really remember. I don't even remember who played the bad agent, but he's being chased by some evil government agent that just wants to use him or something, and he's trying to get away. It's very hard for me to remember.
I know Daryl Hannah's in it. That's all I remember.
Oh, there you go. So that's the woman in it. Okay.
There's Stephen Tobolowsky's in there.
Don't know the name.
You know who? Groundhog Day. You would know him if you saw him. He's been in a ton of. Yeah,
probably. Just not sure of the name.
Michael McKean.
Know him, yeah.
I don't know who the bad guy is, but anyway.
Anyway, In the Mouth of Madness. So this was the movie I was most happy to watch for this because I hadn't seen it in a while, but I've always been fascinated by the movie. I always really enjoyed it, even though it is going to sound like I'm going to criticize it in parts, but that has less to do with Carpenter and more to do with, I think, circumstances. I think this is one of the movies where like it needed a bigger budget and it probably could have done with a better cast. Although I think Sam Neill, who's the main guy, is very good. Really like him in it. It's funny when you think about Sam Neill's career that like we've already done a movie. We've done 2 other movies that had him in the lead on this show. One was Possession, and the other was Dead Calm.
Yeah.
But if you take this movie and Possession, and then a few years later, the movie
Horizon.
Event Horizon, it's just like, what is it with Neil and like weird like cosmic horror? You know,
he's done a lot of cool stuff, man. I was a big fan of his.
I got to give him credit for like being in stuff like that.
Event Horizon's great, man. Do you like that one?
Yeah, I think it's a sort of. I kind of hated it when I saw it years ago, but I've come around to it. Again, it would have been better. It got stuff got censored and cut from it, which is too bad. But yeah, but cosmic horror was the term I was struggling for when I was talking about Lovecraft. He's basically the one that invented it, and it's just the idea. You got a universe where like, you know, there's pretty much no hope, and it's all very nihilism, and whenever you're trying to like fix things or find anything out, all you're going to find out is that everything is fucking hopeless and you can't change anything. And humanity is basically a mere plaything for all kinds of inconceivable horrors. And all the ideals and beliefs we have are basically illusions and they're not true. The universe is so that's cosmic horror, which is really, there's lots of stuff that uses it now, but it was almost single-handedly, I can't say completely, but almost single-handedly invented by Lovecraft. Just so different from the horror that come before, which was always sort of like a good versus evil. His idea didn't have anything to do with good or evil. Like it didn't matter, which is pretty cool. But anyway, In the Mouth of Madness is a great celebration of it because the Sutter Kane guy, again, is sort of like a modern novelist version of Lovecraft because that's what his work is supposed to be like. So, I love that.
It apparently, real quick, Event Horizon, there was an unreleased 130-minute cut. Wow.
Yeah, so you can see, I don't know if you can find footage of it. I watched a couple of years ago, the Nostalgia Critic reviewed it, and he was able to show some of the cut footage. Like, that's, you know, really bonkers stuff that kind of look like Hellraiser in a way. So I saw some of it that way. Given that, you can probably find
some of the stuff was released on the DVD in 2006. Some of the scenes, but they're not like they're not remastered or anything.
Yeah, and that's basically how the footage I saw was. Like it's not as good quality. I'd get the DVD if I came across it for sure.
So the studio made Anderson edit the film to 30 minutes.
Yeah,
edit 30 minutes out.
It definitely seems like one of those movies that, you know, it could have gone farther if they just left it alone. It's a fun movie. But yeah, I remember like being really disturbed by it, like when I was younger and watching it. I was like, I don't like this at all. But you know, as I got older, I got more into that kind of stuff. You know, I think you got like Lawrence Fishburne's eyes melting or something like that.
Oh, you name it, man. That movie's got it.
But anyway, back to Sam Neill, also star of this movie, In the Mouth of Madness. And of course, that comes from the novella I mentioned before, At the Mountains of Madness, sort of a play on that. And this whole idea of like Hobbs End. So that's the other thing, because like, well, you know, while Lovecraft wrote about all these cosmic horrors and things, like it always had Mountains of Madness is different because that is in Antarctica, but most of it usually had like a small New England town backdrop. And that was the other thing. And we've seen this repeated in other things too. He's not the one that invented this. You can even see it in something that's non-horror, like the movie that I endlessly can complain about, American Beauty, which is the idea of when you take sort of small town life, only on the surface is it all nice, but underneath it can be grimy and ugly and disturbing. So that can just be in a dramatic way, like in that movie, or it can be like flat out horror. And it can be really crazy cosmic horror when you come to somebody like Lovecraft. Like I love that one about the Innsmouth. I can't remember the name of the Innsmouth is in the title. There's something Innsmouth. And it's about a guy that goes to this off the beaten place, New England thing that's like right on the ocean. And everybody there is really weird. and won't barely will talk to him. And some of the people are really strikingly ugly. They look almost amphibious. And then like at night he breaks out and he finds they're all like worshiping like some sort of like underwater monstrosity, and that they've been mating with them. Oh, it's crazy good stuff. I love it. But,
I feel like that aspect has been done to death, like the weird town, thing.
yeah, it has, but that doesn't mean there aren't some good ones. I really like them. And again, if you haven't read Lovecraft, but maybe if you've read Stephen King, if you read Stephen King's first short story collection, Night Shift, like the first story in that is basically him riffing that he's basically setting out to write a Lovecraft story. I can't remember what it's called, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look to see if I can.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name of it either. I've read it recently, a year or so.
It's really good.
But anyway, I saw this in the theater. I guess maybe my first Carpenter film to see in the theater.
Oh, it's Jerusalem's Lot.
Ah, that's it. But I'm one of the only people that actually like this film. It seems like a lot of people hate this Carpenter film.
I really like this film, so we're not going to have to bicker back. I'm going to criticize it in places, but I actually really like this film.
Sure, yeah. I
so
see.
We're not going to be at odds over this one. And I think this is one that just you probably feel the same way. I feel like it doesn't get the respect it deserves,
And yeah, I see the the flaws as well. I'm not going to say it doesn't have flaws, but very very obvious nod to Stephen King, being that he's in Maine and same initials.
Yeah,
so
he's basically a hybrid between Stephen King and Lovecraft.
And we get started early on. I think Sam Neill is meeting with. Who is he? He's having like a meal with one of his colleagues or something.
Yeah, it's one of his colleagues. Like the idea is that Sam Neill is a freelance insurance agent who just sort of does what he wants. The other guy's an insurance agent, but he works as like part of like some sort of company or firm. And it's kind of the normal setup, right? It's like, you're like the best in the business. Like you should join us. You'll get more money. And Sam Neill's like, I like doing stuff my own way. And in fact, in the introductory scene of him is like we see like, some guy that had like filed some sort of claim. And Neil totally busts him, right? He finds out like it was a false claim, and and something to do with his wife, and like how he was cheating on his wife, and she was wearing these clothes that he said were destroyed in a fire, or something like that. But again, they're establishing his character. He's a cynical son of a bitch, and he's good at what he does, and he likes what he does. Okay, fair enough.
A man breaks through the window with the axe, and I think he gets shot down by police or something.
Yeah, before he hacks him down, he says, "Do you read Sutter Kane?" The name of the guy. Yeah.
It's uttered quite a few times in the film.
Right.
And then come to find out that was actually Sutter Kane's agent.
Yeah.
Who did that. So it kind of sets the stage of what's going to happen when he goes to Hobbs End.
Right. So Neil Trent, that's his name. Trent. But actually, we have to go back up because the movie opens sort of at the ending, right? It opens with him in an asylum.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
Which again is very Lovecraftian. There's at least one or two stories I can think of off the top of my head that open with a guy in an asylum, and then he's telling about like what happened to get him there. I think that's how Dagon starts, which is one about how a guy lost at sea lands on this like barren rock island, and then like finds out like the existence of like weird amphibious, terrifying horrors and stuff, and then he's like ranting and raving, and he's in an asylum. But anyway, yeah, so that's how it starts. It starts with him in an asylum and somebody coming in to ask him, how you got here. He said, well, we'll start with Sutter Kane. And they also allude to the fact that he says, well, if you're seeing me, it must be getting really bad out there, right? So it's like something's going on, like something's happening to the world. And then, so then we flash back to establish our Trent character, the very cynical insurance agent.
And does he go meet with the publisher or someone, and then?
Oh, right. So the publisher is the one that hires him. Then, and because they say we want you to find Kane,
right?
He's supposed to deliver us his next book, which is everybody's waiting for. And it's called In the Mouth of Madness, and everybody's going crazy waiting for it. And he's been gone for 2 months, and that's when they mentioned to him like, weren't you there when you saw the agent go crazy? He's like, what? That was his agent, Yeah. So the publisher guy is Charlton Heston. I have no opinion. Oh, yeah. I have no opinion on that. I don't care. I mean, he's fine.
I forgot about that. Yeah, Charlton Heston.
And then the idea is, and he's got one of the editors that they always use for Kane, the woman. He sends her with him. The idea is, you're gonna go find him.
And so they're preparing, a few, I guess, a day or so before they go. He winds up buying a bunch of the books and then figuring out that it's like pieces of a puzzle.
He takes all the covers and cuts them and puts them together to see that they make a map of an area, which is pretty good. I wouldn't have done that. I don't have a visual mind like that.
I don't either.
But he lines it up to like like the states, and it's like between like New Hampshire and Vermont or something like that. And he says, this is obviously some sort of promotional thing, right? To find, you'll win you figure this out, you'll win a prize, a lunchbox. They're saying, no, we don't know. He's literally gone. We don't know. They're like, Hobbs End isn't a real place. He's like, I bet it is, because lots of forgotten towns in America. Again, also mentioned a lot in H.P. Lovecraft thing. He'll often talk about towns that are like not on the maps and people know about or hear about, but they don't really know where they are, which I guess can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Places fall out of memory. Get isolated.
And let's see, he sees the scene of the cops beating someone up, and then he turns around and says, "Do you want some too, buddy?" And then I'm
not really sure what that means. He sees that a couple times. Like, I get that, like, we've seen this sort of thing before, right? He starts investigating, now he starts to see strange things, and he has weird dreams. I don't really get what that dream is, because as it progresses at one point when the cop turns back to him, his face is all covered in boils and terrifying looking, and the crowd now has gathered, and they've all got, like, weapons and stuff, and I'm not really sure what it means. I mean, I guess they just mean that, like, things are getting crazy.
And they hack someone up with an axe, and then he wakes up.
Right.
I think it's just supposed to be, foreshadowing for what he's going to see when he gets to Hobbs End.
Right, because in the background of all this is the fact that, like, there's been a lot of, like, incidences of violence and stuff directly related to the books, where, like, people, like, have, like, rioted and attacked people because they said something in the book affected them, or maybe they're just mad because they want the book to come out. So, it's kind of like a mass hysteria thing. At one point, they're doing a story on it, and the reporter's like, "At what point does like fiction become religion?" I'm like, all the fucking time. Yeah, that's my cynical angle on that. But anyway, So in the backdrop, the book or Kane or whatever it is already having its effect on the world. Of course, the point of this is everything we know, we are hearing about and seeing now is going to come into question later in the movie, which is really the point. But yes, he's John Trent. And the woman he goes with is
Stiles. I know his character.
Linda Stiles. Okay, yeah. So they set out like on a road trip trying to follow the map, and it's kind of like what you expect. Like they do get there, but they don't really know how they get there, and they see some weird phenomenon on the way, including like somebody riding a bike that they think they ran over, who then disappears.
He gets on his bike and rides away.
Yeah.
So.
And then there's the whole thing, like he falls asleep and she's driving, and they're going over like a covered bridge, but it's like crossing into another dimension. Everything goes all strobe lighty and flashy, and then suddenly they're just there in Hobbs End. He's like, "Great job, Stiles, you found us." And of course, as you might expect from these sorts of stories, the town is really weird, and something definitely doesn't seem right. And whenever he mentions Sutter Kane to people, they say they don't know who the hell that is.
And it's all been written about in the books. This whole town, like you can see things that he, mentioned in the book. And if you look out the window this direction, you can see
the church. Yeah, because the whole point is Hobbs End, because he had a story called like the Hobbs End Horror, which again is a riff on a Lovecraft title. But now they're finding this is a real place, and things are really off. Isn't the woman who's like at the hotel Happy Gilmore's grandmother?
She's been in tons of stuff, that older lady, yeah.
I'm pretty sure she is. She only died a little while ago. She actually lived quite a while.
And Julie Carmen that plays Stiles, you may have recognized her in Fright Night 2. She has a pretty big role.
I've still never seen Fright Night 2. How am I supposed to see it? I don't
it's
know.
On YouTube.
Oh. Well, okay. I'll watch it that way then.
YouTube, yeah.
What's funny is she actually has worked as a psychotherapist besides acting.
That's interesting.
But no, I haven't really seen her in anything else. This is like the only thing I've seen her in. As you're right, she's in Fright Night 2, but I haven't seen that. But I'm looking at like other stuff she did, and I've seen none of it. So no, I don't recognize her at all. She's just an actress in a movie. She's fine. Again, I wish they could have gotten a more known actress a little better. It's not like she's bad. I
think
would
she does.
like somebody that would leave a bit more of an impression. She doesn't leave much of an impression.
I think she does.
Kind of how I feel about most of the characters, except for Neil. Like, I don't like the guy that plays Kane either. I think he sucks.
I don't have a problem with him either.
He's just not the way I pictured him, I guess.
Yeah.
His name is Jürgen Prochnow.
And he is, let's see.
He was in Das Boot. He's German.
Well, he's been in a few things. Yeah, Das Boot, Dune, The English Patient. Something I saw him in recently. I recognized his name in the cast. Anyway, Twin Peaks.
He's one of the judges in Judge Dredd. In fact, he did that right after this. Again, I don't hate him. He's just not what I pictured, I guess, when I pictured the author. I don't know. I thought he was a disappointment. So one of my problems with the movie is the cast besides Neil. I like Neil. I'm not really happy with anybody else. Now, some of them, they don't really matter because they're not important enough. But I thought Kane and the girl, they're kind of important. And I don't know. They feel like they could have been done better.
I don't really have a problem with any of the characters, honestly.
I mean, it's not like it's a huge deal because the movie's mostly about Neil's character. He really has to carry it. The others aren't as important, so that's why it doesn't bother me much.
Well, it's mainly his film anyway, so it's mainly everything is from his perspective.
Yeah, exactly. And he does great, as I expect from Neil. He does everything pretty great. He's really good at he's really good at sort of having these sort of breaks, these like
psychotic breaks,
psychotic type breaks in movies.
I think he's an underappreciated actor. I really do.
I've always thought that. Yeah, I was always disappointed that like he didn't become more of a star after being in Jurassic Park. I mean, he did this kind of right after Jurassic Park.
I guess he gets his due for Jurassic Park, but yeah, he's in 3, right? He comes back.
He came back for 3, but I mean, if outside Jurassic Park, like I would have figured, he was always a pretty solid actor through the 80s. Jurassic Park, that's a big deal, but it didn't like launch him into anything. Like he didn't.
He's done a lot of weird, like quirky things. I think that's kind of maybe what he's known for, almost like Possession. That's weird as shit.
Yeah, as I said, I really like his track record when you take into things like Possession and this. And Possession, not even being an American film, and this, and of course what we just discussed, Event Horizon. And
even what was the boat movie?
Dead Calm.
Dead Calm is great.
I know, it's a super underrated thriller, which is why we did an episode on it because we wanted to bring it to people's attention that it's a very underrated thriller. Also, a very good role by the bald guy. Billy Zane. Oh, yeah. Right, Billy Zane's the antagonist in that, and he's really good in that too.
He is.
Nicole Kidman's fine. I'm not trying to dump on the other person in the movie. She's good.
And Nicole Kidman gets her due, though.
Yeah, exactly. She's a big star. She's had lots of big starring roles, so yeah. I'm still always going to be mad about Billy Zane never being cast as Lex Luthor. It just feels like he's been staring us in the face for 20 years that he should be Lex Luthor. I don't even think he's necessarily aged out of it. I think he could still do it.
That's why I started shaving his head.
I know.
Well, guys.
He doesn't get to voice Lex Luthor. I am kind of amused by who voices Lex Luthor nowadays? Rainn Wilson.
Wow, that's weird.
It sounds weird. It works better than you'd think. Like, I accept it.
I don't doubt that he does a good job.
Yeah. I was surprised when I first read it, but then when you actually watch it and hear it, it works pretty well.
But they arrive and they go to this. It's like a little. What would you call it? This is not a hotel. It's a like a
bed and breakfast type place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the older lady you're talking about earlier, she's there, and then Styles mentions that there's a book written about her where she's got her husband chained up down in the basement or something. And come to find out that's true.
You actually see that, yeah.
That's cool.
And of course, there's like a painting in the place that like looks at them and stuff. And I always like movies where people try to go figure things out. That's one of my favorite sort of like horror movie type thing. I like the investigation angle. That's why I like The Ring a lot. I've always liked The Ring because I like following Naomi Watts' character as she tries to uncover things.
Mm-hmm.
I've always enjoyed that aspect in horror movies, and that's that's the main thing that draws me to this movie. I like that they're trying to get to the bottom of something, and of course, it goes a lot further than a lot of movies because it's because of like what happens, like going to this town that is it real? Was it created? Are you created? And all these existential questions that get called into.
Just weirder and weirder stuff happens that, is mentioned in the books as well. Like all the children are running around and they're like chasing a dog initially. And then you see them.
Children have all turned into like weird feral type monsters. Like they look mostly like children, but there's a part where like when you first see Cain, all these like these men show up at the church with guns trying to get the boy back, and then they got all these demonic dogs sicked on them, which is very much like The Omen, right?
Yeah.
Sticking a bunch of Dobermans on them. Again, here's the problem. I have a big problem with that scene. I feel like it's so half-assed done. They're just sort of standing there, and then one guy sort of just shoots, and then they don't even look like they're trying to get away. They just sort of slowly shuffle down the steps. There's bad cuts where guys just fall over for no reason, and the dogs hit on them. I feel like it's a terribly directed scene, and I don't want to put too much blame on Carpenter. Again, I feel like it was maybe time constraints, budget constraints, something. It just felt so lackluster and choppy. Like, the dog should be chasing them and knock them down and biting them, but instead it's just like cut to a guy sort of really obviously falling on purpose. It's like a really bad fall, and like stuff like that bothers me. Like, not well done.
But I like how the church doors are. It's originally Sutter Kane, right? And then they open and close really quick and flash light, and then it's the boy, right? Shows up.
The boy first, then
okay. It's the boy, and then it's Sutter Kane. So that's I like that a lot. And then
you know who the Sutter Kane reminds me of when I look at him? He reminds me of like somebody that played Doctor Who. And maybe that's what they were going for. So maybe I'm wrong, but again, I didn't think he was terrible. He's just not the way I pictured the guy, I guess is all I'm trying to say.
It should have been played by Stephen King,
movie.
But Geordie from Creepshow.
Oh yeah. That sounds about right. I don't know. But this is though like the first two movies, they play around with some of this Lovecraftian stuff, but this just dives headfirst into it. Like the idea of like things just driving people insane. Like when Linda finally goes to see the rest of the book, she just goes insane. Like I like stuff like that. Like just the idea that stuff is just so horrific and so otherworldly, so removed from the human experience. The idea of like humans being exposed to it would just drive you mad. Like that's like a recurring thing in Lovecraft, and I like seeing it done in this movie.
Well, it's like reading all the books prior to In the Mouth of Madness kind of prepares you for it, and then you read In the Mouth of Madness and you, I guess, go crazy, get possessed by whatever's going on, So she, that's when she kind of is not her character anymore. After she reads the book, she goes in there and talks to. Oh, and there's also a scene where she hugs Sutter Kane or kisses Sutter Kane, something.
Yeah.
Like his
He's
whole
got all that stuff on the back of him.
I love that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He's got like a weird, twisted, tiny demon thing back with him.
I love all that stuff.
Oh yeah, it's really great. And the walls are like breathing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's cool stuff. But yeah, I like it when the way Kane talks about like how he's like all the for years I thought I was making this stuff up, but I was just writing what they were telling me to write. That he was hearing voices from the other side, and there's some sort of device that like these cosmic things from the other side. This is how they're going to break through into our reality. And he's kind of like the conduit using the books. Yeah, it's just a concept I really enjoy, and again, there's some things I think could have been done better, but I still really enjoy the movie a lot, and probably could have. This is a weird thing to say about a movie, and I know a couple of, including The Thing, a couple of Carpenter's movies have been made into novelizations. Is there a novelization of this movie? Because this is one of the few times where I see a movie and think a book would have been better. Because I feel like they could have gone into more depth and detail about certain things. And then also you wouldn't have to worry about some of the stuff that at least I was a little disappointed in. Like some of the effects aren't great. Some of the acting isn't great. You don't have to worry about that in a book. I almost feel like a book would have been the better way to go. I don't see anything about there being a novelization, which is weird considering like Halloween 2 has a novelization. But I guess it all depends upon success, right? If it was more successful, then maybe it would have gotten it. But the movie was not successful in any way, shape, or form. You're a rare person for having seen it in the theater. I didn't even know it existed when it came out in theater. Again, I was quite young, so not necessarily on my radar, but still.
Yeah, Carpenter was already. I was already aware.
Mm-hmm. No, probably a few more years for me. But this movie wasn't that old when I saw it. Like I said, it was probably quite new on video. Mm-hmm. I might have to have a conversation with Ryan about it because I'm pretty sure he's the one that found it and rented. And I don't know if he rented it because of something he read or something somebody told him, or if he just like thought it looked interesting at the store or what. I'll have to ask him if he remembers. But yeah, that's definitely the first time I watched it. Was in his basement with him. And it was just around the same time that like we had watched like The Stand that we rented. It almost seems to fit into that kind of category, and that's the kind of stuff we ate up.
You rented The Stand?
Yeah.
How many was that? Multiple tapes?
Yep. Might have been 3 tapes.
Wow.
Maybe it's just 2. Feels like it was longer. I don't know. But yeah, that was in the same time period for sure that we rented those, and they both remind me of each other. And again, it's sort of the same thing with The Stand. It's like The Stand would have been so much better if it had more of a budget and if it could have been R-rated. I mean, at least this movie's R-rated and stuff. I mean, The Stand was a made-for-TV miniseries, but they always remind me of each other. They do.
If anything, I would have liked to have seen this movie be even more crazy.
Yeah.
Have even more, demonic stuff.
Yeah, I like, again, this is a fairly short runtime like the other one. I'm sure you could have gotten a good 2 hours of this and, extended some of the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the stuff like when, like Cain's lair, like when he's in the church writing, like seeing a bit more of that.
I'll go ahead.
I was just saying, yeah, it's all really cool.
One of my favorite parts is when, you think that Trent has escaped, he's on the bus and then everything turns blue.
Yeah, Cain, like he dreams about Cain, and Cain's just saying, you can't get away, and I'm basically God now, and all this stuff. And then he just says, I tell you, my favorite color is blue. Then he wakes up, everything looks blue tinted, and he starts screaming.
He just freaks out. Like, he does a great job acting in that scene.
Yeah. I mean, stuff like that is harder to do than it sounds. Like, like I've had to do like acting exercises and stuff like that. And when people tell you just go crazy, you think, oh, that's easy. It's not. Like, especially not to do in a convincing sort of way.
I'm sure, yeah.
But I mean, Neil's a veteran actor. He can handle it all.
He's from New Zealand, right?
Yeah, I think so. Now, people can joke about his accent, like how sometimes when you see movies where people play Americans and their accents come through. As far as I know, Sam Neill's never actually tried to hide his accent. So every time he's like there's a great part in the movie, like early on, where they're driving together, and he says something like, "Don't throw chips at the driver," or something like that, right? And he says it, and his accent comes out really strongly there. But I don't think he was ever trying to hide it in the first place. I think he's just like, okay, I've just got this sort of weird accent that people can't place that comes and goes. People think it fits into New England well enough.
If anything, I kind of thought it sounded a little bit British.
Yeah, sure.
But I was...
vaguely British.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not like the standard New Zealand accent, which is very distinctive and strong, right. Like when you listen to, I don't know, Flight of the Conchords or something. Or Taka Waititi, or however you say his name.
Mm-hmm.
When you have that full accent going, it's such a calm, soothing accent, you almost like, there's no way they could ever be threatening. It just sounds like such a calm, soothing thing. Of course, and this is played up by the character that Taka Waititi plays in the Marvel Universe, where he's that rock guy, Korg. I don't know if you remember Thor Ragnarok very well, but in Thor Ragnarok, Korg is like the rock guy he meets when he has to be a gladiator, and he explains the rules. He's just also laid back. He's like, hello, I'm Korg. This is the place. There's my friend over there. That's Ted. Oh, wait, Ted's dead. All right. Do you have any questions? He's just got this like really laid back, polite demeanor. And I just associate that with like all New Zealanders. Like New Zealanders can't get mad or be unpleasant. They're just so pleasant and helpful.
Speaking of him, I recently bought What We Do in the Shadows.
I swear I'm gonna watch it. It's still on the list of.
Because I've been watching the TV show. I think just wrapped its second season, and I was just in the mood for more. So I'd seen it before, but it had been a few years. Went ahead and bought it. It's great. You'll definitely like it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like I said, it's been on my list for a while. Just got to get around to it. Because of this, I'm definitely leaning back towards horror-esque stuff. So this will help.
Yeah, I haven't been really motivated to watch anything in particular lately. Which is why I watched this like 2 weeks ago. I'm having a little trouble. It's not on the front of my brain right now.
Well, it's partially my fault because we were supposed to do this ages ago, and I had to keep moving it back.
This is one of my favorites, and I have probably 15 tattoos from this film.
Of cool monsters and stuff.
Yeah, I've got a typewriter in my forearm.
What's funny is one of the things I remember disliking was some of those monsters that are chasing you towards the end. But when I watched it last time, I don't mind it nearly as much as I used to. I used to imagine it looking a lot worse and cheesier, but it's not that bad.
It's K and B, I believe, did the monster effects, and
I can remember beforehand, remembering it and thinking, oh yeah, it looks like Jim Henson's version of Hell or something. But it's not quite. It's not really that.
I mean,
I think I was misremembering it.
It doesn't show them enough, I think, because they didn't have the budget to do multiple monsters. It's basically the same monster on some sort of a railing system.
Yeah.
When he's running through the wall of monsters.
The tunnel. Yeah.
Yeah, the tunnel. And it's basically the same monster shown over and over, but it's like they just put strobes on it, and it's really quick cuts. And I wish it would be more detail and show more of that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's probably budget constraints is the reason for that, like you said.
All right. So of course everything gets flipped upside down with the reveal that that he's writing everything, and that's why he has complete control. Because no matter how much he tries to drive away from town, he always drives back into it, and how much he tries to escape, and he's just saying, you'll do whatever I tell you to do because you're just one of my characters in a book. And there's the part where Styles is saying about the same thing. There's a really funny bit again where I think they kind of could have done a little bit of a better job, where one of the times when he's trying to drive away and he comes back and he sees the mob again, and she just pops out of nowhere and she punches him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine, except that he takes the punch just fine, despite the fact that earlier she showed crazy strength because she had dynamic forces. Remember back at the bed and breakfast, tentacles and stuff popped out of her and sent him flying. This time her punch does almost nothing to him. He simply punches her back and she's stunned, and he throws her in the car. I think that's a little goofy and weird and seems to go against what they'd already established.
Well, I think it was intentional.
To be that goofy?
No, for him to think that she's a normal person again.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, I don't think he thinks that anymore. She'd already tossed him across a room, is what I mean. But this time she punches him and it doesn't really hurt him, and he just simply slugs her back. And then she's stunned and he throws her in the car. Now she comes to pretty quick and she starts ranting and raving and laughing and stuff. It's just a really weird sequence and it's the same loud punch sound effect too. She punches him, he goes, then he just goes, slugs her back. Then she sort of drops, she slumps, he just sort of throws her in the car and gets in the car. I don't know. It's a little silly, but
then maybe the silliest part is after that when she gets out of the car and is doing the Exorcist spider walk around.
That's a little much.
It's not the best. It's not the worst either, but it's.
No, I mean, again, I realize they're trying to say we've really crossed a line here. Now things are really Looney Tunes. I think he even uses the term Looney Tunes at one point in this movie. It's if the shoe fits.
Yeah. I mean, I like it. I just feel like maybe could have done a little better job with the effects there.
And, some of the effects, like I said, this movie's from 94, but the effects kind of look like 84. Like the part where just before Kane makes his exit and he tears his face and it turns into pages and stuff. It does not look particularly good. It's again, I'm not the type of person where that completely ruins the movie for me. It's okay.
That was some digital effects there, right? Some sort of computer graphics.
And I mean, it's 94, so those aren't going to be high tech. Right. Again, we have seen better in the era, and again, the movie only had a budget of $8 million.
I've seen much worse of that era, of CGI. For sure. CGI.
But it is a pretty cool moment, nonetheless, even if it's a little lacking in that. And now he's opened the dimension for his masters to come through. And that's where he gets chased down the tunnel. Oh yeah. Then he just suddenly wakes up again, and he's on the road with the manuscript. And by the way, that kid, the paperboy kid, he has that conversation with, that's Hayden Christensen.
Really?
Yep.
Even when he has the mask on or has the makeup on?
Wait. I don't think that part does.
He comes across the same boy, but he's all like deformed looking. He has white hair.
Oh, I don't know. I just know, like, at the end when he talks to the paper boy and he's just like, you know, do you ever heard of Hobbs End? And the kid's like, he's like, you want me to get somebody? That's all. That's Hayden Christensen.
Well, no, I think it's when Styles is driving in. I think that's the one they hit.
Yeah. No, this is a different kid. This is just a completely normal kid. This is where he thinks like he's made it and the world is normal and stuff, because he just has this normal interaction with a normal kid and he thinks, you know, things are going to be fine. Then he goes into that office and they're like, there's no such thing as Hobbs End. And he starts freaking out. It's like, what's your supervisor? And he destroys them. And even though he threw away the book, he gets, you know, he gets it sent to him anyway, and then he burns it in the sink. But there's no getting rid of it. But things get even really weird, because by the time he gets back to Harlow, that's the publisher, you know, he says, I don't know who you think this woman Linda is. I didn't send you with anybody. So you know, things get really trippy. Of course, not that it matters that much in the grand scheme of things, but early in the movie, before things like really start to cross over, there's a point when things are just starting to, when Lisa started getting freaked out too, she admits that there was a publicity stunt, that he was supposed to disappear for a couple months, but then he like disappeared for real or something, and now they can't find him.
Because that's what Trent thought the whole time anyway, right? It was all
this is just a publicity stunt. It's like, you really want to send me on this? Because if you're, you know, I'll expose you if you are. And they're like, no, we don't know what's going on. And then she like says like, this was supposed to happen, but he really is gone, and all this we've been seeing is real, which is like the recurring theme in the movie is what's real and what isn't. And there's not really any real way to tell. And he also says, like, not only that, but, you know, you came back long ago and you gave me the manuscript. The book's been out for, this is what doesn't make any sense. Just he says the book has been out for 7 weeks, and he's like, what? And then he goes, well, I hope that people go see the movie. It comes out in a month. There's no schedule like that works in the world. Whoever heard of a book that has been out for 7 weeks? Within like 2 months, there's a movie of it. Nothing happens that fast. Nothing. That means, how long does it take a movie? Were they shooting the movie before the public even knew what the book was in the book? Anyway, that's just, doesn't matter.
That's
yeah, I know. They're just speeding things along. I get it. I'm just saying. But yeah, films and post-production. And then the first reader he finds at the store, he decides, hey, I'll get in on this, and kills the guy with an axe. And then he's the one who says, do you read Sutter Kane or something? I guess he wanted to get himself committed, and then he goes to the asylum.
So he still hasn't read the book at this point, right?
He's only read like parts of it, yeah. There's never a part where he like reads all of it or the ending. Because at one point Lisa says, like, we can get out. I've skipped to the ending or something. But was that Lisa? Was she ever really with him? Because, you know, this is where everything gets in. Because after he tells the whole story to Dr. Rem, he just says it's a hallucination.
Yeah.
But then when Trent wakes up, you know, it sounds like everybody in the asylum's been like killed or something. And then he hears the radio talking about how like the world's become overrun with monsters and humans are, you know, mutating and stuff, and humans have been killing each other.
I love that entire end sequence so
much.
That's
when and then he just wanders into the theater to see In the Mouth of Madness, and it says with John Trent, and it shows a picture of him. And the movie is also released by New Line Cinema and directed by John Carpenter. So this is where things.
Yeah, it's a film within a film within a film within a book, or yeah. And then so he just basically laughs.
And as he watches the movie, he sees scenes of himself, stuff that we already saw him doing, and ends with him laughing. So as this Apocalypse trilogy has, you know, evolved, we've gotten to like the first two were pretty bleak, but this has gotten to like it's absolutely insane. You know, it's crazy. Yeah. So one way to look at it is everyone in the movie is a work of fiction that, you know, Sutter Kane wrote. So everything they do is, you know, they don't have any free will. So that's like one way of looking at it.
It's him realizing that his reality is fiction.
Yeah.
So it's for people that don't read, right? There's the
Yeah,
movie.
because that's what he says. What about the people who don't read it? And he goes, "There's a movie." That'll finish them off.
That's so funny and on the nose of how it really is.
Yeah, because there are some people, like, it doesn't matter how popular a book is. Like, I'm sure there's
a lot of people.
I mean, like, when Game of Thrones was, like, announced on HBO, people were like, "Oh my god, I have to read those super long books."
Mm-hmm.
People talking about how great these Game of Thrones books are, but they're just so long. And it's like, there's a show, Okay, I don't judge those people. That's not how I work, but that's fine.
It's like 127 hours worth of television.
Yeah. The whole movie is kind of like a cosmic retcon, which I really enjoy. So, I love this metaphysical sort of stuff. And there's just so many ways to, interpret it and take it. Because they talk about, how Linda basically disappears because what he says is that she was written out of the book. But, like, she was in the early drafts, but then Kane decided he didn't like the character, and that's why she just disappears. I mean, you got the film ending, the apocalypse is happening, the world's being attacked by Lovecraftian horrors. A large chunk of the population is insane. But then it's like, but is it? Does any of it? Does it matter? Is it even actually happening?
That's yeah.
And that's really more or less his revelation, right?
Nothing matters.
Yeah, nothing matters, which is very nihilistic and Lovecraftian.
So, Sutter Kane.
Because there's different ways to look at it. One is, did Trent just finally snap and now he's imagining things? Or is he actually part of a fictional universe created by Kane?
Well, I think
the other was he always part of it? Like, did
Right.
he never actually exist and he's just a creation of Kane? Or was he a real person and now he's been overtaken and drawn into this fictional universe?
See, that's why I like this film so much, because of those questions.
Mm-hmm.
And the ambiguity.
Is he watching the adaptation of In the Mouth of Madness, or is he in the adaptation? Or is he somehow in both? Was there ever really a reality that he was aware of? I mean, we're watching a fictional movie ourselves, and this is where it drives it in. So are we a part of it?
Right.
So all this stuff is great.
Yeah. And I mean, even Sutter Kane, or the character we know as Sutter Kane in the film, is just a conduit for the real evil,
Yeah.
So he's not even the real writer, He's just
he's just writing down the messages from the other being sending it to him.
And it's like the aspect of knowing that your reality is fiction, I think, is what drives people crazy.
Yeah. And there's like in the start of the car trip, Linda pretty much talks about all this stuff. She pretty much predicts it all happening, and it's all pretty much happened by the end.
Yeah.
She's talking about like whether stuff is real or not.
And does Linda ever really exist?
Yeah.
Or does she only exist?
It seems to suggest that, following certain logic, seems to suggest that she didn't exist and that she for sure was a Sutter Kane creation that was just written out of existence. But again, there's no solid answer to that, so you can have your own idea.
I love films that you can have discussions like this after the fact. To where
there's plenty of characters that are, what you would call genre savvy. So even though they don't have any will, they realize they kind of know what to expect because they've read the books before. Like some of those guys he meets in the town, and the guy that blows his head off. I was always surprised that they didn't show him blow his head off. Like, it's a discretion shot, or it pulls away. I was like, is that kind of movie? It's not really that kind of movie, but it's fine. But I was a little shocked because I couldn't remember when it was leading up to it. I was like, does it show him blow his head off, or does it pull away? But it pulls away, which is fine. I don't have a.
And that's the father of the boy, right? That they were trying to get back.
Yeah, and it's interesting the logic he says, like how like the kids were affected by it first, like the weird, tainted evilness. Like it affected the kids first, and then got to the adults later. He said like his daughter like bit his face. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're all like kind of mutated looking. Like you were saying, the other Lovecraft novel was like that, or not novel, but story.
They do kind of overuse the whole falling asleep, waking up thing a bit,
Yeah.
because if you really think about it, you're wondering how he manages to fall asleep during several supernatural events, like the road disappearing, the car flying through clouds and hitting a surface that ends up being a bridge, and it's broad daylight when they come out of the bridge. It's like,
Well, he was asleep at that point, right?
yeah, I'm just saying, like, well, I guess it's a fair point. Like, he fell asleep before any of that was seen, you could say. Because there was just certain points where I was like, how do you fall asleep during that? But it's like, I guess he could have fallen asleep before it, so yeah. But yeah, the woman at the hotel I'm looking at, her name was Mrs. Prickford. And oh yeah, remember that scene? Like, at first, like, when they're talking to her and they reveal the part where the husband is naked on the floor crawling and he's handcuffed to her ankle. But then later he goes down to the basement and she's turned into some sort of awful abomination and she's like hacking away at her husband with an axe. Oh, crazy. Remind me a bit of Evil Dead.
French film magazine, I'm not going to try to pronounce the name, it listed In the Mouth of Madness as the best film of 1995.
Nice. They got it.
That's, yeah.
Let's see, Roger Ebert gave the film a mixed 2 out of 4 stars, complimenting Neil's acting, Carpenter's work as director, but ultimately said the film fell flat due to its screenplay, saying, "One wonders how In the Mouth of Madness might have turned out if the script had contained even just a little bit more wit and ambition." See, I agree with the first half of that, but not the second. Like, I feel like it could have been better and some things, but I don't think the script is any sort of problem. I think the script is pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. Fred Topple said the film was too confusing and hard to follow, giving it a 1 out of 5 rating. Yeah, it's supposed to be confusing and hard to follow, so that's the problem with that either. It's supposed to make you question everything. And
this is not linear. I don't know what's up.
Yeah. Getting kind of tired of those people, you know. Do you ever watch movies ever, or do you just watch the same stuff? I guess so.
It's an odd point to make about the film because it's kind of the point. Odd thing to say.
So yeah, I mean, I guess we can just move on to talking about the 3 and how they tie together.
Yeah.
So this has been called the Apocalypse Trilogy. I don't know exactly when it was first labeled that. It was like right after this movie, the final film came out, or if it took a while to come across, or what.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that name until recently, so I don't know. Maybe the past few years people started calling it that because I don't even know if it was intentional on Carpenter's part.
I think it definitely was.
Really?
Just the way everything's an escalation, right? How it starts off in one, like the first one, you've got like an invasive life form that's threatening to take over every living thing in the planet. You got a desolate, isolated Antarctic setting, which is, again, reminds you of At the Mountains of Madness. Then the second one, you've got this liquid corruption that's actually an embodiment of Satan, and his goal is to bring his true father, this anti-god, over into our world. This is in an old church. And then finally, you've got like these sort of like unreal, indescribable horrors that are attempting to like break through to our reality or just break reality entirely, using the writings of a mad artist. You know, he would have been like one of those town with a dark secret type tropes. Was fictitious, but now it's real. It's smack in the middle of what's known as Lovecraft country. And the main protagonist is the one who gets screwed over the most through it and winds up going insane as a result. So you can sort of see the general progression there, because especially with the protagonist, because the first movie is like the protagonist, things look pretty bad. Like, I don't know if they'll survive. The second one, it's like things look pretty bad. He lost the girl he loved, and maybe they only delayed the inevitable. And the third one, it's like everything is fucked and this guy's insane.
Yeah.
You know, so there's definitely a very obvious progression going through, which I really like, which seems to me very intentional. Although it is hard to find anything that he has said about all three movies as a whole.
So you could argue The Thing and Prince of Darkness, it's not quite as obvious that the world's going to end.
Right.
It's not quite as defined that it's going to happen.
Right, and you could at least say there's possibilities against it. But the third one, the world is pretty much gone, you know. And the only real reaction that's left for our character is to accept it, you know, and just sort of go along with it because his mind is snapped anyway. So it just ends with him, you know, laughing maniacally because there's really nothing else, which is sort of like one of those "and I must scream" moments, right? Like, where you're left in a hopeless situation and there's no getting out of it. So I think the fact that there's a fairly obvious progression going through suggests that it definitely was intentional. Although I'm not saying at the very start he definitely set out to do 3 movies that do, but there's definitely intent in there as it gets going.
I was trying to see. Do you like?
Yeah,
I was going to say, do you like vampires?
You know me, I'm very picky about vampires. I like vampires, but I think I think 90% of stuff doesn't do vampires the right way, and they make me mad.
The film Vampires from '98.
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah. I love vampires.
I would say Vampires is probably. I was going to say this film, but I think Vampires is probably the last film of his that I think is a good movie.
Yeah, same here. Ghost of Mars is terrible.
I don't like Escape from L.A.
I've never seen the word. I can enjoy Escape from L.A., but I don't think it's legitimately good. I can just sort of get a kick out of watching it.
I can't even enjoy it, man. It's I don't know. I don't like it.
I can see that. It doesn't bother me, but maybe it's because I don't love Escape from New York. I like Escape from New York more as I like it more for its influence than the actual thing. Although
I don't love Escape from New York either.
But because I realize there's a lot of people that hate Escape from LA just because they really like Escape from New York and they think Escape from LA, you know, lessens it or brings it down, which I can understand. I hate there's bad sequels to movies that I really like. LA, yeah, I can sort of enjoy. I like the end of LA where he just he sort of not the apocalypse. It's not apocalypse, but still, he's just like, okay, we'll just wipe out technology.
There's definitely parts of it that I like. Okay, but I mean, the film as a whole, I tried to watch it again a year or so ago, and I can't, man. I don't know what it is about that film. I mean, they're surfing at one point. I mean, that's stupid as hell.
Yep.
But
it's very stupid.
And then Village of the Damned.
I like the basketball. Remember, you have to play that game where you can make a certain amount of shots before you die.
Like full court shots or something, you know, shooting.
Yeah, it's like, well, you only have so many time to make this many baskets, and you have to go from one to the other. So at first he does a layup, then he has to shoot from further and further away until finally he has to throw it the whole way at the last second.
And
because he's Snake Plissken.
Luis Guzman flies in on a hang glider.
I honestly can't even remember that's him.
I don't know who it is.
I know one of his friends is transgender.
Is it Dennis Rodman or someone?
Yeah, somebody like that.
Yeah, I don't even remember, man.
I know that Steve Buscemi's in it. Playing exact kind of Steve Buscemi character you expect. He's like, hey, I'm the slick, cool guy that can tell you the ins and outs of this place. Let me help you out. You know, character he's played 1,000 times.
Yeah, Peter Fonda's in there.
But yeah, I think Vampires is the last really good one. I really like Vampires, yeah. Because even when I misunderstood your question, it does what I think it does. It does vampires the correct way. I think vampires are often done in ways that I don't like and break various rules that I believe about them. I very much like how they're portrayed in Vampires.
Yeah.
Always been super influenced by that movie in stuff I've written about vampires. A lot of it follows similar stuff. It has the best Baldwin, too. Daniel. The best of the Baldwins. He got fat before Alec. Before it was cool.
Now they look like the same person.
They do.
Except
Alec's worth $1 zillion and Daniel is probably in debt.
And then Steven is a ultra conservative now.
I don't know. Something like that, yeah. And then there's Adam, who's not related, but he's the Baldwin.
He's not related?
No.
Oh.
Adam Baldwin is just a completely unrelated Baldwin.
Why did I think he was related? I thought so it's just 3 then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless I'm mixing up Steven with Adam, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
No, Steven, I think is.
Yeah, it's definitely a brother. Yeah, no, Adam is not a brother. He's an outside bout.
Vampires is like a very much a. It really follows the rules, right?
Yeah, I mean, one, the vampires are not redeemable. They're vampires. They're evil. They see people as food, and they're sadistic killers. Two, I like the idea, and I've used it in my own fiction, that like there's like vampire like sort of classes where there are vampires that are much stronger than other vampires. When that's in there. And I mean, this has been used before in lots of things too, but the idea that like, the Catholic Church well knows that vampires exist, tries to keep it a secret, and actively fights against them, and that's why people like James Woods' team exist, because they're like hired by the church to take them down. That's like my favorite thing by James Woods. Like, I mean, my favorite thing is, we talked about before, Videodrome, but sort of the role I most enjoy him in is vampires. He's just so fun in that.
Oh, he was in Once Upon a Time in America too.
Yeah, love that movie.
And Videodrome.
Yeah, we covered both those movies.
Or you already said that.
Oh yeah, I always bring up John Carpenter's Vampires as a movie I really think vampires just done right in, and I've always enjoyed.
We should cover that at some point on the show.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't seen it in a long time, but it's one that I do remember really well. Like, I remember pretty much everything.
Yeah, from this point on, like I saw every Carpenter movie in the theater, except for I don't think The Ward was released in theaters, but
I don't think I've seen any Carpenter movies in theater, except for re-releases. Because, like as I said, I've seen The Thing and Prince of Darkness and Halloween. I've seen them all on special re-releases in the theater.
I haven't seen it.
I think I told you this before, but when Ryan and I saw The Thing years ago, it was, I don't know where they got the print, but it was a really old print. Now, keep in mind, this movie takes place in Antarctica, but the whole print was tinted like orange. I didn't mind. It was still great to see.
But I think that happens sometimes for some reason.
Like an orange tint, and it was not very good quality, but it was still great. It's really good. So, but no, I never saw any of the movies like as they came out or anything. And again, Vampires is a very similar thing to In the Mouth of Madness, in that I saw it on video at Ryan's house very shortly after it came out. Possibly even within the same year, like 98 or whatever.
The mid-90s.
Ryan was probably aware of Carpenter before I was. He was probably doing this on purpose, and I just didn't, I wasn't really thinking about names,
During the mid-90s, there wasn't a whole lot I didn't see in the theater. I saw everything pretty much.
I certainly saw a lot of terrible movies in that time. As I've said, 98 especially was a terrible year for film, and I saw a lot of the bad movies of that year. Like, I saw Lost in Space in theaters. I saw The Avengers in theaters.
I did too.
Fucking horrible. I don't mean they're bad. I mean they're horrible, horrible movies.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I even knew that then, and this is when I, was a little easier on movies. For instance, in 98, I saw... Armageddon, and I was mostly satisfied at the time. Because back then I fell pretty well into the demographic that Bay makes movies for. But I've gotten older.
Battlefield Earth.
And meaner. Didn't see that in theater, no.
Was that 98? 97?
Yeah, I think it's 98 also. No, I think it's 2000. I'm going to check on this because I'm really weird about knowing years. So.
Yeah, that's why I figured you would know. It is 2000. Wow, that's later than I thought it was.
Came to me, yeah. I've seen that movie, but not in theaters. By the time I saw it, it already had its reputation. I saw it to see how ridiculously bad it was. Didn't disappoint on that level. Holy shit, what a dumb movie.
I can usually tell you the year within a few years. I can usually get it within 3 years.
As long as we're like past the 60s, I'm pretty good. Although, I mean, there's some old movies, if they're well known, I can nail them too. Yeah. I've always been good at years. And I mean, this includes quite a few movies I've never seen.
Yeah.
So that's why it bugs me when I don't know. I'm thinking, why don't I know? Like, you can't know everything. But yeah, Battlefield Earth, yeah, I was pretty sure it's 2000.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, I saw, like you, I saw quite a few movies in the mid to late 90s, and a lot of them were bad, and whatever, just go watch a movie for the sake of watching a movie. It's kind of the same thing in the early 2000s when I started, like, dating and having girlfriends, because, like, the only thing really to do was go to movies. So I saw a bunch of dumb movies then, too, just to be out with the girl.
Yeah. And you get into the horror remake ages. Right around
Yeah, I
there.
saw a lot of those in theater.
Mm.
Not all of them. Speaking of like Carpenter, I didn't see The Fog.
Oh gosh, I did see The Fog.
I've heard it's very, very bad.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet? Yeah, watch it.
I think I've seen bits of it on TV. Yeah, I'll watch it.
We
I
should
used
do
to
a
really like Tom Welling, or whatever his name is.
Tom Wellington, something like that.
Welling? I think it's just Welling. He was the guy on the Superman show. Smallville. Maybe he might have had a movie career if he didn't do that Fog movie.
I don't know. I don't think he really wanted to act anymore, honestly. I think he's kind of behind the scenes doing stuff.
Well, that's cool. I can respect that.
So he did that, and then like Cheaper by the Dozen, and then maybe it, and then finished out Smallville, and I think he hasn't worked a whole lot since.
Hmm. I'm trying to see if I can get any sort of quote from Carpenter, like about the movies as a trilogy. He had to have said something. But
I couldn't find anything.
still need to see The Ward just to say I saw it.
Oh, Tom Welling played Clark Kent in the Batwoman show.
Huh. Yeah, that Batwoman show is throwing characters in left and right.
They're recasting her, right?
Yeah, because she decided to leave. I can't remember why.
I think she said that role was misogynistic or something.
What? Are you serious? She had a problem with the role?
Yeah, so something. I don't know if it was her experience or the role itself, but for some reason she wasn't happy with the way it was going.
Huh. I watched like 2 episodes, and it was kind of what you expect. It was one of those things where it's just like, it's like Batman, but you can't really be Batman. So we'll talk about stuff related to Batman, but he's not there, and everything feels kind of close, but not really there. And
It's like Batwoman, but with neck tattoos.
yeah. Well, I guess they cover that stuff up with makeup.
Do they? I haven't seen the show.
I'd never heard of Ruby Rose or whatever her name is before this. I had no idea who she was.
I think she was in The Meg, and I think she was in Orange is the New Black or something too.
It looks a little puny to be Batwoman. I mean, Batwoman is a tall woman. Actually, Batgirl is too. A lot of people. Barbara Gordon is tall. She'd be taller than me. Barbara Gordon's like 5'11".
She was unhappy with the long hours required of her as the series lead. Well, I mean, that's kind of what you sign on for, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're series lead, you carry the show, so there's going to be a lot. It seems weird to me because I'm thinking what other great roles are out there for her, but I don't know her that well, and I don't care enough because I don't care about the show. But all these live-action DC shows, they're more concerned about like teen drama shit than like comic stuff, and I get it because there's a difference between comics and TV, but.
It's been reported that Rose's character of Kate Kane won't be recast. Batwoman producers are auditioning LGBTQ performers to play a lead character named Ryan Wilder, who is described as a likable, messy, a little goofy, and untamed.
What the hell is it? Well, wait a minute. Don't you still need Batwoman?
I guess Ryan is a girl. I don't know. Or her pronoun is female. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the character Batwoman. The show is Batwoman. Is somebody going to play Batwoman? They just said they're not recasting Batwoman?
They're not recasting her character, so I guess they'll have a new Batwoman.
So what? Oh, they're not recasting Kate. Okay, well.
A new person in that world.
Well, that doesn't exist in the comics, but okay, sure.
I think they're trying to not step on any toes here as far as sensitive things go.
Well, wait a minute. If she's not Kat Kane, why would she also be a lesbian? What are the odds? Because, I mean, yes, they wrote, it's established that that Kate Kane is a lesbian. Fine. And if you want to get, a lesbian or whatever to play her, that's fine. I don't think it's necessary because lots of people play straight when they're gay and gay when they're straight. But whatever, I won't step on that minefield. I'm just saying, why would a second, completely different Batwoman also be gay? Like, what the hell are the odds? I guess it's not impossible, but it just seems kind of odd.
I don't know.
I guess because they knew, like, one of the main reasons people cared about the character was because it was a prominent gay superhero. So they're just like, even if it's somebody else, they'll also be gay. We can't take that away from them, I guess.
I mean, I love how they think they're breaking new ground. Like, there's never been a gay, character in a show before.
I guess it's different because it is a gay superhero.
But I mean, she's gay in the comics, right?
Oh yeah.
So I mean,
it's 2006.
Let's do it, but let's not make it the entire focus of the character.
I know, and it's not written. It's mostly not written that way in the comic.
I mean, that's all you heard about when the show was coming out, right?
I know, that's all people want to focus on. And again, I don't want to take it away from people that are excited and think it's good to like have some representation. Yeah, fine, but you also want it to be good.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the part that people aren't paying enough attention to. Actually producing good content at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, it's just too bad. Like, I don't even think Montoya is on the show. And yet Montoya is, for some reason, in the Harley Quinn movie, and she's like 50 years old. It's like Rosie Perez or something, who's really old now.
Oh, yeah.
In the comics, it was well established that, like, Kate Kane used to date Montoya. Because Montoya was a lesbian in the comics, like way before Batwoman, who actually didn't even exist canonically at that time. Not to get way too into it, but you have to remember that for decades, Batwoman was not part of canon. She didn't exist. She was wiped out. She was brought back in 2006. And that's when they made her a lesbian, which, again, I'm fine with, no problem. And we love the irony that the fact that originally in the 50s when Batwoman was introduced, it was just to help fight the idea that Batman and Robin were in a gay relationship to each other. That's why the first Batwoman and Batgirl, both with the hyphens in the names, were introduced to be romantic interests for them. Then by the early 60s, they were just sort of forgotten about. Then in the late 60s, the Barbara Gordon Batgirl was introduced, and they were just like, okay, we're just going to pretend Batwoman and the other Batgirl never existed. That was Kathy Kane. And what's weird is because Grant Morrison is an insane warlock, as we all know, when he was doing the Batman stuff, the Batman Inc., and he brought them back in, he said there are actually two Batwomen, but the Kathy Kane Batwoman does exist, so that would make her about a decade older than Bruce, and also like his aunt by marriage, and that she was actually an agent of like Spiral sent to like distract him because they figured out that Bruce Wayne was Batman. It's such a rabbit hole if you go into any sort of Grant Morrison's Batman. I mean, I love it, but it's also crazy complicated because Grant Morrison, he does sort of what I would have wanted to do as a writer, but he does it, of course, better. But he also does it in a really weird, twisted way because the way I want to do is like everything Batman did is canon. That's what Grant Morrison says. Every fucked up, insane, neon-colored thing you saw in the 50s, that happened, and it's part of canon. And we're going to throw those ridiculous, stupid characters that were dumb even 60 years ago, I'm going to throw them right into modern times, right in your face. And they're going to be fighting crime alongside Batman. That's where you get like that Club of Heroes guy, the international Batman, the British one and the Greek one. They're also stupid, but he loves them. So here they are. Here's El Gaucho, the Batman of South America or whatever. Oh my God.
Oh man.
But yeah, so I don't even know canonically which Batwoman is still supposed to exist.
How did that? I mean, the Batgirl show didn't even do well, or was it Batwoman? Whichever the new show was, it didn't even do well, did it? Like, were the ratings good for that show?
This Batwoman show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it was fine. I don't know. It would pop up on Twitter a lot, so I figured the ratings must be good. There must be people watching if it's on Twitter.
It's like the CW. Is that what that channel's called?
That's like all the DC stuff, and it's sort of like, again, it's just taking all these comic book heroes and turning into like teen drama type shows where they also happen to put on costumes and fight crime every once in a while. I mean, they're really happy now with Stargirl because Stargirl literally is a high school student, so it's perfect for them. I watched an episode of Stargirl and like it was like 28 minutes in before the word Stargirl was even brought up. The rest of it was just this girl, hanging out with her friend in high school. And finally, it all flips, and then she starts talking about Stargirl and Starman and blah, blah, blah. And again, that's fine. I like Stargirl, but I'm not going to talk about how they ruined her. I don't care. Do whatever you want. I really like Starman. He's one of my favorites. Really complicated legacy. Really complicated. Stargirl, of course, being part of it. Yeah, let's see. Let's go through. Dark Star, 1974. This is his first ever movie. Never seen it, but some low budget sort of sci-fi. Assault and Precinct 13, a cult classic. I love it for its grittiness. I think it's a little overrated. Halloween, enough said. The Fog, I think is interesting, I guess. Escape from New York, The Thing, Christine. Probably one of his black sheep movies, Starman in 1984, which I really like, but it's not really his type of movie. It's much more sentimental, than his sorts of movie. And when I talk about atmosphere, that movie's not really about atmosphere. It's just more like 80s fantasy type stuff. I get it. E.T. existed, so why not this? I always like Karen Allen, so that helps. Where do we go from here? They Live, I guess the ultimate sort of social commentary type movie. Memoirs of an Invisible Man, which I think is just a weird mess in the mouth of madness. Village of the Damned, which I probably hate more than anything. Even more than Ghosts of Mars, I hate Village of the Damned. It might be one of the worst remakes of all time. I hate everything about it.
Is that Christopher Reeve's last film?
Yeah, it is.
Or his last film?
Or the last thing before he was, paralyzed.
Yeah.
I think that's a terrible movie. I can barely watch it. It hurts me.
I still think Ghost of Mars is worse, in my opinion.
You might be right.
But
it's been a long time since I saw Ghost of Mars.
We're talking about, which pile of shit smells the worst at this point. So,
Ghost of Mars is definitely dumber. Like, it's got the dumb factor going. It's more like Village of the Damned is just more like everything's crappy. Like, it's based on a pretty good movie. Like, the original Village of the Damned is not the amazing classic people make it out to be, but it's pretty cool. And this is just like a really crappy version of it. But yeah, Ghost of Mars is just dumb. It's so dumb.
The sad thing is I feel like Ghost of Mars had potential to be good.
It was a movie I really wanted to like.
It just turned into like a cheesy action movie with Ice Cube as the lead role, I
remember being excited and thinking this will be kind of like what the Doom games are supposed to be, right? Like Doom is a lot like that, like fighting like aliens or monsters that break through a portal on Mars. Like, but no.
Like, what if Jason Statham was the lead and they, do a little rewrite on the script and
put some effort into it? Yeah.
Just make it more on Mars fighting. I don't know, less action movie and more like, I don't know, like horrific, horror movie style. I don't know. It's not just like shooting these whatever mutants, whatever they are.
Pam Grier is in that? I don't even remember. Oh, Natasha Henstridge.
Yeah.
She was hot back in the day.
I liked her back then, but I don't like her in that movie.
Well, she was one of those like models turned actresses that they thought was going to be really big, and then just like, well, she doesn't really have any talent. And she did not pick good movies either.
No, her agent should have been fired.
My favorite movie she's in is the Jean-Claude Van Damme vehicle Maximum Risk, which is a very average movie. It's not,
That's one I need to watch again. I haven't seen it since the theater, I don't think.
It's worth a watch, It's worth a watch. I think it's on Netflix now for me. I don't know if it's on for you, but it's on my Netflix.
She was in
It has a couple pretty good scenes.
Species 1 and 2. That's probably what she's known for.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely what she's known for. They're bad, but in a sort of enjoyable way.
Yeah, they're bad, but her parts aren't bad.
No. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Maximum Risk is the best thing she's in. I guess some people like the whole 9 yards, but movies like that drive me crazy. I think they're so cute and clever. There's also a sequel, The Whole 10 Yards.
I'm not even sure. What is that? Some Matthew Perry or something?
Yep. The weirder part is that Bruce Willis is in it, too. It's really weird. It's like he's like some lame dentist, and I don't know. Bruce Willis is like a hitman who gets pulled. It's it's one of those goop, but it's supposed to be funny. It's like what a wacky situation. Bruce Willis brings like the cool factor. Like everybody's like dumb and stupid, but Bruce Willis is like a cool, dangerous guy. I never saw the sequel because why would I?
I've probably seen this. I just don't remember it. It's got a hell of a cast, though.
Not at all worth watching.
Listen to this cast, man. It's like, of course, Bruce Willis, Matthew Perry, Rosanna Arquette, Michael Clark Duncan, Natasha Henstridge, Amanda Peet.
Kevin Pollak.
Who else did I see in here?
Harlan Williams.
That's a pretty damn good, solid cast, man.
Oh, yeah, and the movie did well because of that. The movie did really well. I think it broke 100 million. It was a very popular movie. I mean, it makes some sense. Like, Matthew Perry is probably at the height of his fame because of, like, Friends, I guess. And, of course, you know, Bruce Willis being the big star that he is.
Kind of reminds me of films like Analyze That and Analyze This.
Yeah, it's the exact same sort of thing. It's like, here's, like, the criminal underworld, but it's a goofy, funny situation.
I feel like that was a little time capsule period where those films existed that no other time would they have been able to not only come out and be successful, but get sequels.
Not all those movies are necessarily bad, although I think it's a pretty, like, there's a pretty decent, it's not exactly the same, but that one with Jennifer Lopez and Out of Sight. Out of Sight is kind of in that ballpark, and it's a pretty satisfying movie. Like,
it's George Clooney.
George Clooney, and George Clooney's some sort of like thief. She's like an FBI agent trying to like chase him down, and they like flirt, and it's adorable. But it's not a bad movie. At least it's worth a watch. I mean, do not watch the whole 9 yards. You just and what was Bruce Willis doing stuff like that? Like a year later, it was in a movie called Bandits with Billy Bob Thornton. Man, I hate that movie.
I don't remember it. I've seen it.
They're like bank robbers or something. No, it's dumb.
These are movies you like put on while you do other things.
Yeah, and I get it. Movies like this need to exist, and there's movies like that I watch, but I just really dislike that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
like comedies, but you know, action, drama, comedy. You know, it's.
I didn't realize The Ward was 2010. For some reason, I thought it was like 2004. I didn't know it was that late.
Mm-hmm. That's the year I met John Carpenter.
Didn't you meet him and say you were looking forward to it or something?
Yeah, I said I was looking forward to The Ward, and he said nothing.
Yeah, he was like burnt out and didn't want to talk about anything.
Yeah, I mean, damn, say like thanks or something, I guess. And
I know. Even if you are burnt out and tired, you could.
Yeah. He was an intimidating guy because there was like a Lakers game on that he was watching while he was doing all this. So he could give a shit less. And
I don't think that's very nice.
This was Friday, though. I mean, he wasn't an asshole, mind you. He just wasn't overly nice, which I wouldn't expect him to be. He doesn't come across as a guy like that, but
it's a weird position. I don't want to say that these people need to be overly nice, but they have to at least be present, right? I mean, it was like a convention, right, or something? The whole point was to meet these people? Like, so yeah, you could try to care.
This was my first convention, and this was the first guy I met. I was just Friday night.
That's gotta be disillusioning.
So this is my ultimate hero, and
he's just like, I don't care.
I mean, I wasn't disillusioned by it. I didn't, like I said, he wasn't an asshole. It could have been much worse, but he wasn't like friendly or anything. But he was probably just tired, and sure. And I got him to sign The Thing poster. My
God, he's aged horribly.
And
I mean, he's 72, which is old, but he looks terrible. And he looked terrible 10 years ago.
I think he stopped smoking, and he actually looks a little better than he did a few years ago. But
because the picture on his picture is from 10 years ago, when he would have been 62. Look how god awful he looks on Wikipedia at 62. Horrible.
Wow.
Well, he didn't look like he was going to get to 72.
He's it, man. Who's left?
Yeah, as far as that generation of horror directors or whatever.
Big horror directors, yeah, that's it.
Romero's gone, right?
Romero's gone. Hooper's gone. Wes Craven's gone. I mean, those are the big guys. Even the smaller guys are gone. We just lost. Mick Garris is still alive.
John Landis dead?
No, he's not.
Okay. Isn't his son like a total jerk or something? I heard.
I've heard he's a total jerk.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
I watched that documentary on Shudder about the making of the Twilight Zone movie.
Oh yeah.
when the kids that died, and man, you talk about some people avoiding some shit in that. Everybody like cut ties and ran.
Oh yeah, this is hilarious. I just read an article about that. It was an article from like 1988 because there was a lawsuit about it, right? That dragged on for a few years. When the jury found him like not guilty of any sort of wrongdoing or liable for anything, he threw a party and invited the jurors. Doesn't that seem a little distasteful?
It's a bad taste, of course.
Like, hooray! You're not holding me responsible for these tragic deaths. I'm so stoked, and thank you for voting for me. Or like, he wouldn't have thrown any party if it went the other way.
It was a stuntman that died, and two young Asian children. And the whole thing, everybody's talking about it was, Landis was the one saying he wants bigger explosions, and these kids were not with the union. That's how they were working. This was like 2 a.m. or something when this happened. It was not during the right times. They weren't following any of the child labor laws that they've really increased since. This caused a lot of changes.
I mean, it's a terrible thing, but at least it made that happen.
I mean, the parents were watching. They were on set watching when this happened, and it was him that wanted the explosion to be bigger. Like I forget one of the guys it's interviewing, maybe the guy that was in charge of the explosives or whatever. And he really breaks down during the the interview. He feels really upset about it, but he says it was all him, Landis, that wanted the explosion to be bigger. And
well, yeah, I just read about that article just like about a month ago. Hold on a sec. Hair's getting out of control.
But this is the I forget what they call it, but it's the documentaries on Shudder. There's a few of them. Talks about the Poltergeist and the Twilight Zone and The Exorcist, and there's a fourth one. I forget what it's called. Cursed films.
I heard of that. Yeah. I think I saw a commercial for it.
Mm-hmm.
I finally found a Carpenter quote about the 3 movies.
Oh, cool.
Carpenter they were made several years apart from another, with various other projects coming to the screen in between, but Carpenter considers them the set. He told the Wall Street Journal, all three of those movies are, in one way or another, about the end of things, about the end of everything, the world we know, but in different ways. Each of those things is kind of an apocalyptic kind of movie with a very different take on it.
That's cool.
I mean, that's already what we said, but at least acknowledging it as, as a set.
Basically the end of times.
Yeah, inspired by cosmic horror of H.P. Lovecraft. The universe is vast, uncaring, and full of monsters, next to which human endeavor is woefully inconsequential. Yeah. So, they have like some sort of labels for them. Like for the thing, they say destruction of the individual. Then you have destruction of God. That's the darkness.
The darkness.
I think you could just say God or religion, really. And destruction of reality. Mouth of Madness. That makes sense.
Very cool.
So yeah, this is just an article, just sort of analyzing them and stuff. And I think that's like the only thing I could. But at the beginning, we do have that quote by because the article basically just says the same stuff we already said, more or less, about how these things work. In fact, it's fairly long because the article also gives a bunch of. It's on denofgeek.com. It actually gives fairly long introductions about the movies and how they were made and stuff, which we don't need to get into. But.
That's cool. I like films that really explore the idea of reality, and it may not be all that we think it is, like Dark City, stuff like that.
Yeah, which we've covered. Even more unsettling is the complete lack of explanation of the thing's motives. There's no reasoning with it because it never talks, except when imitating somebody it absorbed. It's an utterly ruthless animal that leaves the men questioning their own identity. Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
I was thinking, what if he did a sequel to The Thing? But I really just feel like why try to expand on perfection?
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know. Can you imagine if even in the last 10 years you heard Carpenter was going to do a sequel to that or a Halloween movie? Or I would not be really happy or excited about any of those things.
Halloween, I wouldn't really mind. I'm not the biggest slasher fan, honestly. Like, as far as the horror genre goes, like, slasher's nowhere near my favorite.
I don't know why I like slashers so much, because they're super derivative. You know,
So
they're
formulaic.
repetitive and they're formulaic, and yet I really do like them a lot. I mean, I can understand completely why a movie like The Thing is so much more interesting than a movie like Halloween, for sure. But I still kind of hold them almost equally to each other.
Oh yeah, no, I love Halloween. Don't get me wrong. It's just not my the specific slasher genre is not. I mean, some people like that's their favorite, and I like them, but I'm not. It's just not my favorite.
I'm just reading a
I'm
line
more of a fan of the monsters and creatures and stuff like that.
Yeah, I knew that. Sorry, I'm just reading a little bit here. They're saying about Prince of Darkness.
Oh no, that's fine.
Texas Argento-esque horror is very much in keeping with the themes of the trilogy, particularly with mankind constructing their own demise, first by denying it for so long, and then by exploring it. Both acts are forms of order that humanity has tried to impose upon the universe. That's true, I guess we didn't say that.
That's interesting, yeah.
And it does sort of hit at the heart of like the way human beings work, right? Like human nature. That like if something like that did exist, we probably would go about it in the exact same way. Like
hide it.
Just leave it. Yeah, if we just leave it alone. But no, we have to poke at
it. Exactly. We most definitely would.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I like Prince of Darkness just for the weird balancing act it does, because you have like the Lovecraftian metaphysical type horror, but you have like a lot of religious stuff thrown in there too. And they mix together better than you would think.
Yeah. You think science and religion don't usually go together very well.
And I would recommend anybody who's watching this, like, even if you're familiar with all three movies, and I'm sure a lot of people are, it is very satisfying to watch all three, like, in that order, as we've done, because of the way they set each other up.
Oh, and I think The Thing is on American Netflix right now, but it's all, and that may be wrong, but I know for a fact it's on archive.org. There's a great HD copy of it on there. I was watching it earlier today. I don't have a Blu-ray player in my office, so I was watching it on archive.org. Really, really great transfer on there for anyone that wants to watch it or hasn't seen it. Hopefully you haven't watched this far if you haven't seen it yet.
Just reading a bit here on the last one. Hopefully stuff we've said. We are near the end of the movie. Dr. Wren asks Trent, "What if you don't read? They're making a movie," is the bitter reply.
Which is so funny. It's so on the nose.
This person considers it a masterpiece. To say, what makes it a masterpiece is the final twist, in which monsters overrun the earth and mass suicides and murders follow, leaving Fred Tree to escape the cell. The deserted city happens across the cinema, being a poster of the movie we've just watched.
Yeah, it's like it was all orchestrated. They could have easily killed him too, but they wanted him to go and see it. See it for himself.
Oh, and they have a last destruction thing for like all three. It's like the destruction of free will. All these films, the essence of humanity is free will, with increasing significance placed on this concept over each film. Both The Thing and Prince of Darkness deal with body snatchers, replacement and possession respectively, while In the Mouth of Madness presents us a reality which has already been bent to the will of one character. Yeah, viewed separately, the films of Carpenter's Apocalypse Trilogy are tremendous. Viewed together, they're a series of existential horror films that are also relentlessly bleak, representing the dark philosophy within Lovecraft's works without directly adapting any of it, which is the other thing that's cool about it. Like, it's so influenced and stuff, but it still manages to be original. It's not just copying. It uses, like, all that stuff, but it does it in sort of a fresh way. Yeah, so at least I could get some quote. I got at least one John Carpenter quote acknowledging it, like that they are a set in his mind.
From the Wall Street Journal, of all places.
Yeah. I don't know why the Wall Street Journal wanted to talk to him. But then again, I don't read it enough to know what kind of stuff they talk about. Maybe that's an almost thing.
Usually like business and stock and stuff.
That's what I would have assumed, yeah.
I guess they
like, you have any hot talk tips for us, John? He's like, I lost all my money. Now I just smoke weed and play video games.
Invest in Marlboro.
Yeah, perhaps.
Invest in
I actually haven't watched this with the commentary yet. That's something I'll have to do soon. Because there have to be some good commentaries out there. I've heard he does a really good one with Kurt Russell for, what is it? Big Trouble in Little China. I've heard that's a very good commentary.
I think I've listened to it before, but is there a new commentary on that release?
On this one?
Yeah. I was just curious because this is the one with Kurt Russell and John Carpenter. I didn't know if maybe they did a new. Sometimes those Screen Factories they do new ones.
This one says with Carpenter and Russell.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. John Carpenter doesn't do great commentaries, especially him and Kurt Russell just get together and bullshit, which is not.
I've heard that's at least entertaining.
It is
entertaining. As I said, I can't tell you how disappointed I was when I bought the Blu-ray of I think it was the 35th anniversary of Halloween, and it had a commentary with him and what's her name?
Jamie Lee
Curtis. It was terrible. Like, he's not at all interested and doesn't even want to talk about the movie. And all she just says is, "This part is so scary. Oh my God, it's hard watching. This is so scary." And he's just like, "Yup." It's terrible.
I got that in the box set, but I haven't ever listened to it.
Yeah, do not put yourself through it. He's just disinterested and he's just going, yeah. He's just going, "This is scary." Like, oh my God. Thanks for that insight.
Well, like around this time, they both had young kids, and they're like, how's your kid doing? Like, oh, he's playing baseball or whatever. That's what their conversation is. It's like,
he had a kid when he was pretty old.
Do what?
He had a kid when he was pretty old, huh?
I guess I'm guessing Cody's who he's talking about. Cody's probably his mid-20s now, maybe older. I don't know. But I mean, these commentaries are filmed 20 years or taped 20 years ago. At this point.
Actually, I own a DVD special edition that's pretty old of Big Trouble in Little China. I have no idea if there's a commentary on it or not. It's 2 discs, so it might be. I'll have to have a look at that when I get home.
That's the thing. These commentaries are old, man. They were recorded like back when the DVDs came out.
Yeah, well, that was the thing about the one I was saying, the 35th anniversary one. Like, that was brand new. That was for this, and that's why I bothered with it. I was interested. I mean, it's terrible. It's god awful.
No, that's a bad thing about Carpenter. He doesn't do great commentaries because he just doesn't care. Like, he's beyond it, Like, how many times do you think he's talked about like Halloween in his life,
And I understand that, and I realize that, like, from my perspective, I think, I would love to talk about my work, but it's true. Like, that's only because nobody does talk about my work. Nobody asks about my work. My work isn't out there, So it's like, you're right. He's been through it all before.
I'm trying to see. I can't find Cody's age, but I don't think he's.
Well, even if he's mid-20s, that means Carpenter had him when he was fairly old.
He was fairly old, yeah.
I mean, I'm late 30s, and my dad is 70. Carpenter's 72. So that means he would have been pretty close to 40, if not over 40, when he had that kid if he's mid-20s.
He didn't marry Sandy King until 90, so I think he's at least a decade. I don't think Adrienne Barbeau is his mom, is Cody's mom.
No, I don't think so.
I could be wrong about that, but I'm not sure. But yeah, Kurt Russell's son is a pretty big actor now. He was the guy in I can't think of any of the names. Anyway, he's done a lot of stuff recently. He was in an episode of Black Mirror.
So what the hell is this El Diablo film from 1990? Do you have any idea what that is? Because I was reading before when we were at the beginning when we were talking about the thing, and I was looking and I was saying about how, like, at first he didn't even know if he wanted to do it when they were offering it to him. One of the reasons he didn't want to do it because he wanted to do this thing called El Diablo, which did come out in 1990, quite a few years later, where he's like, what is it? It's a Western comedy television film directed by Peter Markle with Anthony Edwards and Louis Gossett Jr. The film was co-written by Tommy Lee Wallace, John Carpenter, and Bill Phillips. And Carpenter and Deborah Hill were both producers. But anyway, that's what his mind was on back in the early 80s, or even late 70s it must have been, when they were start pitching him or offering him this movie. And the movie finally did come out in 1990. It's just a made-for-TV thing. Seems so weird. Just nothing thing that no one's even heard of. Hey, Joe Pantoliano is in it. I can't say his name.
And Wyatt Russell.
Oh yeah, Wyatt Russell. That's right. I've heard of him.
See if I can figure out why they don't list his damn movies on Wikipedia.
Oh, they don't.
And they mentioned Black Mirror and a few other of. Apparently, he was in. I think he may have played young Kurt Russell in some of his films.
It's interesting. Kurt Russell's had such an odd career. I love it. Love his career.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it was like those Disney beginnings. It's like in The World's Strongest Man. Man, I watched that when I was a kid. I didn't know it was him. No idea.
The Computer Wore Tennis Shoes, is that him?
Yep, I watched both those. Those both came on Family Channel when I was a kid.
Yeah,
I remember World's Strongest Man really well. He would eat like cereal and get really strong. That's what it was. It was like a cereal. It was a breakfast cereal.
Was it Wheaties?
I was gonna say it gives new meaning to like eating your Wheaties, right?
So he was in Overlord,
like a Fruit Loops type thing. I remember it being very colorful.
the weird horror film called Overlord, which wasn't that great.
It was okay. Yeah.
I didn't like it.
I mean, I don't think I'd watch it again, but it was decent for a watch. It just felt like I was watching like Wolfenstein, the game. The movie.
I wish it felt like that. And he was in the Richard Linklater film, Everybody Wants Some.
Don't know that one.
It's his newest Linklater film, I think. It's not bad.
Have we done anything by Richard Linklater on this? I don't think we have.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at his career and see if there's anything in...
I'm a big fan, so...
I know everybody loved Boyhood, but I just have no interest in watching that.
I don't have no interest in watching it again. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, he's done movies I like a lot, like Waking Life, School of Rock.
Oh, I forgot he did School of Rock. That's a good film.
Before Sunrise, Dazed and Confused, The Scanner Darkly.
He did a trilogy with I can't think of names today.
Ethan Hawke.
Ethan Hawke, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Before Sunrise is. It's Before Sunrise, then Before Sunset, and then Before Midnight. I've only seen the first one, Before Sunrise.
I think I've seen all three.
Pretty rare romantic movie that I'm quite into. I guess it'd be interesting to do maybe like a Scanner Darkly or Waking Life.
Bernie's good. It's another Jack Black.
I haven't seen that. I recognize the poster, but I haven't seen it.
Damn, he did the Bad News Bears remake?
Okay, that's god awful.
I haven't seen it.
Do not watch it.
Suburbia's good. Of course, Dazed and Confused. That's what he's known for.
Yeah, everybody loves it. I mean, I think I was part of that generation back in the 90s that kind of worshiped that movie. Now I don't really care. Like, it's fine. When I was younger, I really liked it.
I like it.
I still like it. I just don't care about it as strongly as I used to.
Slacker.
Haven't seen that either.
That's probably what put him on the map, 1990.
I've only seen roughly half of his movies, I guess.
Filmed in...
Quite a few I haven't seen. So, yeah, definitely one or two of his might be worth doing in the future. But we can wrap up here on our super 100th episode, which is almost 4 hours in length. But this time, I think, it made sense.
Warranted.
It's a megasode. It's 3 times the thing. And yeah, we did talk a little bit of other stuff, but we mostly stayed on topic. So I hope you guys enjoyed that, and I hope there's no hard feelings about the voting and everything. And now I'll reveal, we figure, yes, since people did feel so strongly, apparently, about Back to the Future, that sometime, not anytime too soon, because it's hard doing trilogies, we will actually do the Back to the Future trilogy. Don't worry, we won't wait another 100 episodes. But we'll do it at some point, because it seems like, people, it was this close to winning, right? So obviously people did care, so we would like to acknowledge that. So some point going forward in the future, we will do Back to the Future. But not probably for a while, but it's on the to-do list. But and as we said, those other trilogies we mentioned, there's probably some of these movies, at least individually, that we might get to, because there's quite a few that we like. Another thing I was thinking of in thematic trilogy, I don't know if this is on your Netflix, but it's on mine, is that, I think they're French, that Colors trilogy. Did you ever hear of that? If you look up lists of thematic trilogies, there's this Colors trilogy, and the movies are blue, red, and white. Let me see.
You said they're French?
Oh, okay, yeah. I think they're French. Let me see. Yeah, well, they're French movies, but the filmmaker is Polish. His name is Krzysztof Kiełowski. And in the 90s, he did a thematic trilogy of movies called Three Colors. One was blue, one was white, and one was red. And I think that's the order. All three of those are on Netflix now, at least for me. So I'm going to watch them. They all seem to be basically just dramas.
Well, why don't you let me know what you think? And then
But
I'll
I'm going to watch them soon. They look pretty interesting. I don't even know what the theme is that ties them together, but they're known as the Three Colors trilogy.
I don't think I've ever even heard of that.
Because I don't think I had either, but back, when we first came up with the idea for this show, and I just typed in thematic trilogies, right, to see if there were any others I could think of, and I found that. And it just seemed interesting in the last few weeks. All three popped up, at least on my Netflix. So I hope to watch them. They're very well received critically. But.
It's a co-production between France, Poland, and Switzerland, and French language. So that's interesting.
Very international. But Christoph Kilovsky, this is what he's best known for. He's been around for fucking ever. I mean, he died, actually. This is like the last thing he did before he died, is what I mean. But he had a very long career, is what I mean. He only lived to be 54, but he was in the biz for a long time, from the 60s into the late 90s.
Probably lung cancer or something, huh?
The picture shows him with a cigarette.
I was just throwing that out there. Such a young age. Some sort of a heart attack or something.
Yeah, heart attack. Anyway, he's done quite a few movies, including documentaries and short films, which seems to really be, if you look up any sort of like prominent European director, they have a lot of documentaries and short films as part of it.
Really?
It seems to be. And speaking of that, another thing that we were talking about way back, like before everything got crazy in the world, is something for like a series, is what we wanted to do, and I don't know when we're going to get to this, but hopefully not too long for now, is we're going to do maybe a short series, 3 or 4 films on Werner Herzog. Because we've both been he's been on my mind for the last few months, and I was reading a couple books, one that was about him, one that he wrote and stuff, and I watched Grizzly Man not too long ago, and it's just, there's a whole bunch of his movies that I haven't seen that all sound really interesting, that I think would be really interesting to talk to, so I don't know when we're going to do that, but I think at least, unless something like comes out of the blue that we really think we need to do, I think that'll be in our next series.
Okay.
But that's not 100% for sure, but I've just really been thinking about that for pretty much all this year, even with all the distractions and interruptions that have been going on this year. So I don't know. But anyway, we can sign off here. So thank you so much. It's, we would have gotten to 100 a lot earlier if not for, inconsistency and things like that. But so it's been a little over 3 years and 100 episodes, and it's been a lot of fun. And we're grateful for everybody that's been along with us and left comments and talked and feedback, and people ask for movies. We do try to get to them.
Here's to 100 more.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot to cover. That's a great thing. We could easily do 100 more. There's just so much great stuff out there that's worth covering and talking about. So yeah, so thanks very much. So yeah, John Carpenter's Apocalypse Trilogy. I hope you aren't too depressed after we talk about how bleak everything is and how the universe is uncaring and we're insignificant and nothing matters and reality might not exist and there's no God. Or maybe there's a God, but there's also an anti-God here to cancel him out and kill us all, drag us screaming into the void.
On that note, thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you next time.
All right, great. 100. We're so happy. All right, thanks a lot, guys. We did it. Peace out. Bye-bye.